Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Oh man, all my slideshows are going off tap. How are we? Fancy guy, Columbia, Columbia. Wow, that's cool. She's a good artist, isn't she? Oh, that coffee is hot, hot, hot. Oh, it's so cute. Sticker. Good artist. You're a good artist, mate. You're a good artist. Nervous bat. Nice, dude. Oh, animation. That's awesome. You know, the animation is so good. The background needs so much work because it actually takes it away from the animation. I know you just quickly threw something in. No worries, fancy guy. You guys can hear me okay, yeah? The animation's great, dude. What's she doing here? There's lots of little things you can do with this background that will just, like, without redoing anything. Ugh. I'll show you. Put my glove on. How's everyone going? Did everyone sleep okay? Have you slept yet since the last stream? How's everything going? I'm just wondering what you're trying to do. I guess like And then you can add like a second tone. I'm not very good at backgrounds, but I think it should help. Something like that. Doesn't even have to be that dark, right? So just make it even just slightly, and then with the stars, a couple of these are great, but maybe get rid of a couple. Right, and look what that does for this background already. And probably like one more thing. We grab this ice. Because it's ice, it's going to have like some kind of reflective properties. Better like that. And you're like, geez, how far do I go? So we've got that. Let's put a line here. Too much. Just like that. There we go. Before, after. I feel like this is even a bit much down there. Yeah? Ah, thank you, Sil. Why is it doing that? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Maybe I'll close the chat and reopen it. I'm gonna restart my program. Camera's currently trying. G'day Rico. Yo Sam, long time no see. Oh. Mate. Give us a second, Twitch. I'm working on you. Okay. Streaming apps, platforms, YouTube. We also have the Banana Gamer HD. The Banana Gamer. Okay, so I'll sign in. Okay. And then I can hit chat. Hey, Twitch is in. Beautiful. Thanks for that, Sil. Anyway, let's just hop in the Nervous Bat. With his background for his animation he made. Which is very cool. Right, can I can invite? Let's see if my stuff works in that. Okay. And then in the YouTube, I actually don't know how to pin it in YouTube. Doesn't matter. Anyway, how is everyone? How's everyone going? Genius is here. Genius, what's up? Oh, I've been following for 8 years. You're trying to make us both feel old. You're doing fine. Seal's here nice and early this morning. Did you get a nice, good rest? I slept okay. Skull Gamer, what's up? So far been alright and relaxing, that's the way. Melly Lop is here. I passed out stupidly early and woke up at 3:40 a.m. So, oh my gosh. Oh my god, how do you do it? I hate that. Finishing this cartoon today. It is Wednesday. I'd actually like to work on Epic Mind Quest this afternoon. Well, I need to. Just got to be patient with me this morning, guys. See, look, I'm meant to be working on Epic Mind Quest already here, but you get that. Cute, judgy face. It's killing you in a good way. That's cute. I was a little bit late this morning with my stream, but it's okay. We get that, don't we? This isn't really a first episode, Garen. This is like a little short. It's not necessarily lore. It's just a epic meme quest, as I like to call it. Whoa. Hey, Sam. Sam Pancake is here, guys. Sam, you need to post your fan art in the Discord so I can grab it. iLink. Hello, iLink. Whatever, you're still looking forward to it. Any epic buying. You do a G, but I think you mean a Q. Quest, not guest. I think I've seen you write G before. Sounds cool. Epic buying quest for the memes and maybe epic mini quest for the parodies and shorts. Epic mini quest. I guess like if I was to do something like that, I was just thinking about, you know, why do I have to use memes? Why can't I do like little short skits that I write myself about the characters? But I think it's just brain space. Can I be bothered writing a short skit? But I guess like with the streams, if we come up with some cute little ideas, it could be kind of funny. Instead of using viral sounds. And I'd be down for it. I'm drawing the characters anyway. I might have to restart Adobe. It's getting a little bit sooky. Do it after I do this. Ah, crap. Good morning, Moika. How are we going? I actually can't believe that never spoke on this chat since I've been following since years. What's up, Sam? Not much. How long you been following, bro? It's good to have you in the chat. Welcome. We have problems with Discord in our country, so I don't post there very often. Oh, okay, I understand. Can you maybe post a link in the chat that I can grab the... Because the Instagram pictures are pretty small. How's the fam, Moika? No news, good news? No sick babies? How's work? Did you stream last night? I hate the prohibitions of our country, so yes, it is terrible. That sucks. You could always email them to me. Yeah, it would be fun to make Epic Mind Quest characters interact in a different way. Like, what would they do in a slice of life situation? Yeah, that would be cool. My Twitch info says been following since June 19, 2015, almost a decade. Oh my God. That's impressive. Well, thank you for joining us. It warms my heart. First day of school today, 6-year-old, super chill about it. 3-year-old took some time to get used to it. Is that daycare for the 3-year-old? It's weird that we've got 2 kids the same age. Weird, but cool. Weird in a cool way. What am I looking at here? So you got a big empty house, a silent house. It's so surreal. I fucking relate. I go, what's that? The sound of me not having to do anything? Let's go. Thanks to you for doing such amazing work for so long. Oh, thanks, man. I wish I was more consistent, but I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Entering pre-kinder, as we call it. It's about to be 4. Nice. Your Laylee's 3.5.
Okay. I'm about to have a good day. No matter what they say.
Yeah, so what do you call it? Pre-kinder. And so then you got kindergarten.
In every single way. The God who made the universe knows me by my name, so it's a good day. Baby in my arms, walking through the neighborhood.
I kind of wanted to do a joke here and put like 150 cameras in here.
I remember back when I was low as a rug. Now I'm standing up, look at what my father does. Turning all things new, gray skies blue. Hear the church saying, won't he do it? I know he's got my back. That's why I'm singing that. I'm about to have a good day.
150 is obviously an exaggeration. I'm not going to put 150 in, but...
Sun is shining down on me. Birds are singing praise. I'm about to have a good day. In every single way.
What a nice song request from the Nervous Bat. We're going to have a good day.
So it's a good day. It's a good day. No, it's great. Everything I prayed for didn't come in late. I got all I need and I didn't have to wait. Ask me if you love me, you didn't hesitate. Turning all things new, gray skies blue. Hear the church saying, won't he do it? I know he's got my back. That's why I'm singing that. I'm about to have a good day. No matter what they say. Sun is shining.
I have my own logo that I've been using for Endebra's phone all these years. It's probably a logo that already exists, but it's just basically a cube.
God who made the universe knows me by my name, so it's a good day. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. It's a good day. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. It's a good day. It's a good day.
Yeah, so it's funny, Bruno. We have Kinder here as well, and it's kind of like they go to Kinder, which is kind of pre-Kinder, and then which we also call daycare, and then so Laylee's going 4 days a week now, which is pretty cool, and then she'll go either it's like they either call it advanced kinder or that she can go to preschool, but it's pretty much the same thing, just done in a different way, I think. Whereas like at the facility that we go, you know, they provide all the lunches and stuff like that, where at kinder I think we have to pack lunches and all that sort of jazz. I've done that wrong. I've done the fingers wrong. Hate that. I hate that. I wonder if I can save it.
Pack your bags, we're heading now to Melbourne streets. There's no.
Oh, actually, this is funny. So this is an AI song. I'll play the AI song first. I got ChatGPT to write a song about me, my wife, and my 3 girls as we were driving down to the city. I mean, I live in a country town. And then I was driving, trying to entertain my kids. And so I got ChatGPT to write the song about us going to Melbourne, which is the city. And then I chucked it in Suno to make it a song. Anyway, here it is.
Pack your bags, we're heading now to Melbourne streets, there's no doubt. With Tig and Sam and the little ones too. Alita, Aura, lately, all in view. Melbourne lights, they shine so
Actually,
bright.
this was the crappy version. I like this one better.
Pack your bags, we're heading out to Melbourne streets, there's no doubt. With Teague and Sam and the little ones too. Alita, Aura, lately, all in view. Melbourne lights, they shine so bright. Together we'll explore day and night. Laughter and joy, we're on our way, making memories every single day.
It's pretty funny.
Melbourne lights, they shine so bright. Together we'll explore day and night. Laughter and joy, we're on our way, making memories every single day. From city sights to parks so green, adventures await like a dream. With each step, we'll find our song in Melbourne's heart. Pack your bags, we're heading out to Melbourne streets, there's no doubt. With Teague and Sam and the little ones too. Alita, Aura, lately, all in view. Melbourne lights, they shine so bright. Together we'll explore day and night. Laughter and joy, we're on our way, making memories every single day. City sights to parks so green, adventures away like a dream. With each step we'll find our song in Melbourne's heart. Melbourne lights, they shine so bright. Together we'll explore day and night. Laughter and joy, we're on our way, making memories every single day. From city sights to parks so green, adventures away like a dream. With each step we'll find our song.
You were the very first animator I consumed back then. Ooh, what did I do?
From city sights to parks so green, adventures
Very first
away
animator I
like a
consumed back in my first years of the internet. English is not my main language, and at the time I had no idea of English, but somehow your animations were so good that I could understand most of them. Oh wow, that is cool.
Streets, there's no doubt. With Teague and Sam and the little ones too. Alita, Aura, lately, all in view.
9 cameras would be enough for an iPhone. You were a graphic designer first, right? Yeah, kind of. Kind of. Like, I'm all self-taught, and oh my god, Skull Kid. Is Skull Kid who I think it is? It's funny. Our one song request. Don't tell me. The name will come flooding back.
Traveling in a fried-out Kombi on a hippie trailhead full of zombies.
Oh, God. How is it that he is taken over this song?
She took me in and gave me breakfast.
Samplupedia, Troy Trey, starts with S. Oh my god, why can I not remember your goddamn name? I don't want to look at the chat just in case he's written it. Oh god, we've had some fun. Just the trolls have been so classic,
Buying bread from a man named
especially with Troy.
He was 6'4" and full of muscle.
I'm actually catching up with Troy in a week or so.
Speak my language.
I don't need to fix that. That's fine.
He just smiled and gave me a Vegemite sandwich. And he said, I come from a land down under. But we just flow and mention the
I'm not giving up. You've had a couple names, but there is. All I can see is SK, but now I've got Skull Kid there, but it's not really Skull. Help me out. AJ Smith, how you going? Have you done stop motion with the girls? I got the Aardman app for my phone, and man, it's lots of fun to do shit with clay and toys. Oh, not yet. Not yet. The oldest is 3.5. So soon. That sounds really cool. I have done oh my god, it's almost came back to me. I'm gonna keep reading. It's gonna come to me. Skeletons. I'm accessing like deep parts of my brain here. I have done stop motion a little bit. Strifer! This is Strifer. Yeah, I had the S. And I had like I was having like Skillex or something in my brain. It's Strifer, it is Strifer. It's Strifer. Strifer, is that you? Skull Kid? Fucking love Strifer. Is a name I haven't read in a long time. Jam Cave Days, probably. I think it's Strifer. It's got to be Strifer. If he's suggested this song, it's got to be Strifer. If it's not, then wow, you've just brought back some memories that aren't even yours. You better take cover. And then I made a kiddie version for the girls. This I just called the song Three Girls. And I say AI made it.
In a magical forest where dreams come true, Laylee, Alita, and Aura too. They ride on rainbows, they skip on stars. Three little sisters, the brightest by far. Laylee leads the way with her giggles so bright. Alita's dancing feet twirl in delight.
I would love to animate this for them.
Aura's sweet song fills the air with cheer. Together their magic spreading joy far and near. Through the meadow they find a sparkling stream. A boat made of flowers, it's like a dream. Laylee steers, Alita holds tight. Aura sings softly as the moon shines bright. Laylee leads the way with her giggles so bright.
It makes me emotional a little bit. Only because I can so visibly see it.
Together their magic spreading joy far and near. They meet a wise owl who shows them the sky. Follow your hearts and you'll always fly high. The stars wink at them, the moon says hello. The sisters hold hands and continue to glow. Laylee leads the way with her giggles so bright. Alita's dancing feet twirl in delight. Aura's sweet song fills the air with cheer. Together their magic spreading joy far and near. Laylee leads the way with her giggles so bright. Alita's dancing feet twirl in delight. Aura's sweet song fills the air with cheer. Together their magic spreading joy far and near. Laylee, Alita, and Aura
How cute. How cute, how cute, how cute. Well, my favorite song to troll a friend with. Yeah, Lamb Down Under. I'll be vibing with this song. Dances like, and there was a second version. It goes for 4 minutes, but I won't play the whole thing because AI sort of just ends up repeating itself. What's this song? Please pop up. Yes.
First they hate each other, now all of a sudden they love each other.
A stern Fred the friend shouted $1. Damn, I did it again. Here, have $1, mate. I'll be going again. Just wanted to let you know that I got you back and all.
G'day, Aston. Swipes in with these $1. He's donated $1 every single day, every stream so far. And yesterday it was 2 because you forgot to tag his name. So thanks, Fred. I do remember the scene.
First they hate each other, now all of a sudden they love each other. Oh, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Of course not. You're a robot.
Love how her whole face just melts off. It's the same lyrics. Thanks, Aston. Take care, brother. Wait, what does Sil say? For some reason, part of me wants to see the Epic Mind Quest crew heckling me a bit, giving opinions, criticisms of the past, the present, your choices in the stories or designs. I feel like I do hear their voices in my head sometimes. Man, almost 6 years since I followed you here on Twitch. Ever I previously has just Creeper. Oh, of course. For a while now. God, Sam, I'm still waking up, guys. It's 9 a.m. For a while since I was originally now changed my name as Nervous Bat. True, true, true.
Skip on stars, 3 little sisters, the brightest by far. Lily leads the way with her giggle so bright.
I'm over it. So going over the top here. I don't need it. I can turn the music down a bit, I think. I do not need to frame by frame this. I don't know why I'm doing it. Because I'm a psychopath. I'm actually second guessing myself completely here because I'm thinking maybe like a slow I might be a little bit better. It's okay, 4 frames. 4 frames ain't a big deal. If I don't like it, I can delete it. Alright, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I don't hate it. Seriously, a party's coming up soon with the company, and I might end up spending some cash, you know. Alcohol isn't exactly cheap. Sam Green streams. If you read this, you get it, my man. Just don't be... I've done full circle. But yeah, just go easy on the alcohol. Take it from me. I've had a bit of a liver scare, which sucks, but it is what it is, and so I have to severely cut back on my drinking because it's not good for you. Just Creeper, you've had him blocked. Is that true? I've been watching Epic Mind Quest since 2014, but didn't sub until 2018 because I had this account then. Jeez Louise. That is 11 years. What do you use to animate, and is it free to use? I use Adobe Animate. It isn't free, but there's free versions out there. I would recommend using Adobe Flash. Oh no, what is it? Macromedia Flash. That one's free, I think. Does the same thing. Moika, you still there? I wanted to ask you about streaming on your main YouTube channel. Because I gather I'm just trying to like monetize my stream a little bit better. And if I can get ads going on my main channel, like if I was to stream on my main channel, right? So I'm streaming on my second channel, And it's not like it's not massive or whatever, but I'm still able to accumulate like 60 hours of watch time. You know, a day. And so I figure if I go over there, I could easily double that, if not triple it. Anyway, I'm just more like, how did you find keeping up with the chat? Really nervous. I'm like, my channel's not really generating a lot of views, especially for long form content at the moment. I'm also like just trying to prove to myself that I can stream every day, and I don't want to exactly go Moika's main channel. Yeah, well, wherever you streamed. I think it was Moika's main channel. What are my questions? That's a good question, Sam. How was the chat? Was it like hard to be personable? Like, I like that I'm building a community here that's like I can read the chat, I can work, we can chat, we can joke, and everything else like that. I know that the chat will be a little bit chaos, so I'm thinking of maybe doing once a week, like maybe every Friday I can do a stream on the main channel. So that answers that takes care of my community, which we've got here. And then, so anyway, just wondering about the chat. The second one is, did it hurt the channel? Did you see like a drop off in views because you live streamed? Did you see any unsubs? Did you see any dislike? Any negative sort of feedback? And what was my third one? Yeah, what was the monetization like? So more about like not how much did you make, but what did you find your hours watched were? Yeah, I don't know. You just share whatever you feel comfortable sharing, if you can. And how long did you stream for? Is probably my fourth question. Got to address Aston. Bro, I might cut down on it, not because I don't enjoy it, but for some weird reason. I think my age is catching up on me. I can't drink as much as I could, but I'll be damned if I don't give up. Don't give it a go. You should definitely cut back as much as you can. This is all AI music that we messed around with yesterday, Aston. So I'm glad you like it. You are an experienced streamer, so you would be fine. My tips would be shit you already know, but here it goes. Have a mod at hand. Don't read the annoying fucks that and they will leave quick. Then the chat becomes chill. Wouldn't stream daily, maybe a weekly event. I don't stream working on animation there. It's too boring. Drawings and quick sketches seem better and more fun to display. I do it more like an event. That one stream you saw was like my only stream there in a year. Monetization is weird. Sometimes it gets you lots of super chats. Other times you get next to nothing. I don't expect to get any super chats, to be honest. I was just more wondering about the monetization of ads. My audience is pretty young on there, so it would be like, I don't know what I'll be working on. Maybe Epic Mind Quest, maybe, you know, it's kind of, I could treat it like a bit of a little bit of a showcase preview of how progress is going. Maybe it could be like, you know, for 4 hours, and then I move the stream to my second channel for those that want to move over, and then we can continue the stream over here, and that being, you know, I can convert some more regulars. G'day, Knuckles Punches. What's up? But thank you for your shared experience, brother. You got me thinking about the content. What sort of content I should stream. Like even Pirate Software, he gets like one. I follow him, I subscribe to him on YouTube, and he gets like 1,500 people watching him on YouTube, which for him I would say is pretty low numbers. But I think it must work to a certain degree, you know. So anything in there, anything over 100, I reckon would be pretty good. To be honest, I'll say just do it. Don't think too much. You'll find what works and what doesn't. But I think you should treat it the same as this stream. Sometimes I don't get time to draw and I just chat and answer questions as I fold my arms and read. Daily streams seem like disposable streams. For a main event, I would think of something that is not as disposable. So maybe a plan, something special, but not super huge. Yeah. I think so. I think that's the right strategy. Something that, has a bit of a shelf life, is what you're saying. Something worth going back and going, oh, I didn't know. Oh, God, that's behind the scenes. That was pretty cool. Oh, look, this Epic Mind Quest. We get to see it before it was even made. And, oh, look at, think of a clickbait title and go at it. And, and a nice thumbnail. It's like clickbait, but not too clickbait. Sure. I mean, I don't know if I want to waste a day of work doing it. I'm just saying it would be nice if, the stream made $50 in ad revenue for that day. That's not $50 of streaming is not worth a day's worth of work. I wanted to ask, do you think Knuckles was a bit nerfed because him losing to Shadow and not doing a rematch is annoying? I haven't seen it. I'm so sorry. Spoilers. I've seen Sonic 2, but I haven't really. I haven't been to the movie theater for a very long time. Oh, you do the thing, then transition into something else? Ah, yeah. I guess people only really give a shit about the first. If you can hold someone longer than 5 minutes. God, I hate the idea of being gimmicky. It fucking makes me feel... As I sit here and make memes. At least it's not my face. I can hide behind my cartoons. Like, I still got such a disdain for React content. I'd like, don't get me wrong, I like opinion-based React content, but when it comes to like people forcefully laughing at something and not really contributing to the content itself, I go, dance for me, monkey. That's not how the song goes. Dance for me, monkey. I don't know. Tones and I. Dance Monkey, it's called. I just overthink everything because I'm like, once I do it once, you know, it's kind of like, is this what I got to do every time I do an event? It's another gimmick, a gimmick. Such a fear of like hating my life. I have a fear of hating my own existence. Look out for the tangents, guys. What's up, brother? All right, me old gobber. Here's you go. Yeah, good, mate. How are you? Oh, my bad. Sorry that spoiled. Thought it's honestly, before I even saw the movie, I'm like, Shadow's a bad guy. He's gonna become a good guy. We already know what's gonna happen. It's just, it's funny that they've got to make a movie out of it. Am I wrong? Does Shadow become good? Does he have a secret feelings for a kid? I think I saw it all in the trailer. I'm waiting for the third movie to come out so I can watch it at home. I cannot stand being in the cinema. The times other people are allowed disruptive or kicking their seats. Yeah, I like going to the movies by myself when no one's there. And I just sit back and enjoy the show. But yeah, fucking people talking. I remember I went to this first Sonic movie and it was so annoying. So annoying. Actually, was it Sonic? It might have been Sonic 1. Actually, no, it was Spider-Man. It was the new Spider-Man one with the 3 Spider-Mans in it. God, that was so fucking annoying. Like, so much talking. Very interactive experience. I did not want it to be interactive. Exactly, you want to capture the audience. The ones that don't care will leave after the first event, and the ones that stay are the ones that count. I take it more as showmanship, and you are good at that. I know, I probably got a negative mindset. Spoiler for the next Mind Quest. Wait until the next episode comes out. Hello, Skeleton Joke. Welcome. Well, my New Year's resolution this year is to be more of a dancing monkey. So maybe I am the wrong person to ask. No, I think you're the perfect person to ask, because I'm sitting here trying to find out what I should do next. and it's all just brainstorming. I like having in-depth conversations about stuff that make me feel uncomfortable sometimes. You said Dance Monkey, and in my mind I saw you turning into Freezer. What? Music goes hard. Thank you. I created it with my very own typing of fingers. This one is called Power Rangers Theme 90s Remix. And AI created it, not me. All my homies hate tangents. I know, right? It's a good hate to have. I'm good, thanks. Nice to see you around, still animating. I'm still here. It's Sonic, the movie. You mean Into the Spider-Verse? No, I mean the one with Tobey Maguire. And the other Spider-Man. I remember last time I saw Mr. Beast commenting on an Epic Mind Quest episode. That was many years ago. It was. And he had a typo in there as well, which was funny. Mr. Beast commented on Epic Mind Quest. That is wild, right? Epic Mind Quest 5, I think it is. And I've been and he follows me on Twitter, but I've never been able to be in contact with him. I was like, hey, Mr. Beast, throw us 10k. I just need a little bit of money, okay? You like my content, right? I'll make you a cartoon, Mr. Beast. I think Mr. Beast is... I have seen him talk about wanting to do an like a cartoon. So that could be cool. I've tried to DM him. I don't think he opened it. The Mr. Beast iceberg. I don't know about that. Need to make friends with Laser and get yourself into his shoots. I don't know. I don't want to do any of that. Thank you, though. But I could easily get in touch with Laserbeam. I got friends of friends. I know where he records his stuff. Well, he's probably in America right now, let's be honest. But in Australia, I know where his studio is, and I have friends that work there. I've done work with Loserfruit before. She's good friends with... What's Laserbeam's name again? I forget. I feel like it's Trent or something. Lannis. That's it. It is pretty wild how many Australian YouTubers are in the game Fortnite. Hey, it's Blue Monkey here. Oh, that's not the Blue Monkey I was thinking. How you going, Blue Monkey? There's another Blue Monkey animator who's a massive YouTuber. He does 3D animation. Look at the kink in his arm. It's hilarious. Actually, Mr. Beast did a, like, yeah, so I've got a mate that, I don't know, I don't want to. Nah, it sounds like I'm name dropping. I'll just shut the fuck up. Scared of Cat Steve, yes, well, it's pretty scary. Would you be scared? After Mind Quest comes Terra Quest, Terraria Quest, Terraria Quest. Nah, unlikely. Is Terraria even, like, still played? Do people still play it?
His mother's simple act of care symbolises the disbelief of Stevie Bond's family. Just last month, the life of a family party.
We were dancing in the kitchen, we were dancing in the rain and loving life. Yeah, we never for 1 second thought this would happen.
Recently turned 60, Stevie went to a northern Victorian hospital with a headache and fever, but deteriorated so rapidly he was medevaced to Melbourne in a coma now for 25 days.
It's just so difficult. I mean, you can't prepare yourself.
Ah, so this is, I'm just watching a video. The family of Victorian father struck down by a mosquito-borne virus is maintaining a bedside. Whoops.
To get Japanese encephalitis, a brain-infecting virus spread by mosquitoes. Doctors don't know if he'll recover.
He's definitely a fighter. Yep. If anyone's going to make it through, it'll be Stevie. But, you know, we're just trying to do it a day at a time.
We can't do any more. I mean, it's just up to Steve now to try and feed this bloody thing.
Stevie lives and works near the Murray. For those there,
So the top thing you do is cover up. Use mosquito repellent.
Damn. Mosquitoes that give you brain damage. That's fucking not fun. Radmouse. Where's Radmouse? Who's Radmouse? Hi, Radmouse. Mickey Mouse from Friday Night Funkin' Infidelity. Whatever the mod is called. Sunday Night Suicide. That's the older one. Hi, Radical Mouse. What the fuck are we talking about? I don't play Friday Night Funkin'. Let's see if this music's any good. Music for work. Deep future garage mix for concentration. And this looks like an actual video game. Or is it AI? We're gonna play that game. Is it AI? I think this is actually video game footage, which is cool. There's not enough, yeah. Well, it's not necessarily video game, but it's 3D. Yeah, you can already see it's getting ready to loop over here. So this one's coming up to here. So it is a loop, but that's cool. Looks nice. You can start, and like even the animations on the cape. It's very consistent. It's funny how you just gotta just assume everything's AI these days. I'm too old to understand. I don't doubt it. I played it once and it was hard as fuck for me. I don't know. I'm all for Friday Night Funkin'. as it, you know, made Newgrounds popular again, but not for me. It's not for me. I have no shame in saying that I'm too old for certain things. As he makes his Minecraft cartoon. Is it generated or just generic? It's computer generated. It loops, but it's human made. Let's see what they say in the comments. I mean, not the comments, the info. Welcome to Neon City Music. This mix is designed to transport you to a futuristic urban landscape where the hum of technology meets the pulse of deep bass. Feel the atmosphere of nocturnal cyberpunk with deep future garage rhythms that not only set the mood but also enhance your concentration and creative flow. Whether it's late night coding, preparing for exams, or diving deep into a creative project, this playlist will be your companion for increased productivity. Cyberpunk methods for enhancing focus and productivity. High-tech minimalism. Optimizing your workspace by removing all unnecessary items. It's pretty cool that it has tips. I don't know who actually reads this stuff apart from me. Use modern gadgets and task management apps to feel like you're part of a high-tech future. Number 2, goal visualization. Imagine yourself as a hero in a cyberpunk world where each task is a mission to be completed. Visualization can enhance motivation and focus. Number 3, technological breaks. Instead of regular breaks, try short meditation sessions using augmented reality or virtual reality apps to refresh your mind and return to work with renewed energy. What is that? What am I reading? If you enjoyed the video, this video, comment or subscribe to the channel. Join our English-speaking Discord. Fellow music lovers. Genre, electric music, style, future garage, which is fucking weird. Future garage, like car garage. Mood, focus, neon, cyberpunk. Feature, no prominent lyrics. Similar videos, got a list there. And it says nothing about the video that the seamless loop is perfect. Good job. Leave in this comment so one day if someone liked my comment, I'll come back and listen to this peaceful music. Keep safe, everyone. Video is amazing. The loop is very well done. You know it's a loop, but you can't tell where it's stitched together. Even the buildings at the bottom feel like you're actually approaching them. Incredible. The music is always great. The channel is one of my favorites. In love with the loop. Oh, and people have donated some money. La loop est vraiment impressionnant. This loop is really impressive. Oh my god, it's the coolest visual. Well, people are really impressed with the visualization, so that's cool. Maybe we should put it up. Do you guys want to watch it? You don't need to see me, do you? I don't know why I've got the... Why have I got these little things? I guess I could still... Whatever. Talking to myself. Isn't that great? So good. So that's fantastic. Great work. What's your nostalgia memory? That question doesn't make sense. Hello, Alex. How are you, my dear? My dearest Alex. You made it. You made it to the stream, and I haven't advertised, promoted, which I need to do. Instead of drawing, promote yourself. That's probably one thing I want to work on this year, is promoting my content better. Sometimes I think we get stuck in the idea of going, if it's good, it'll be good. If it's not, it's not. But sometimes you really got to push your shit. Can't just post on Twitter once and go, yep, I'm done. Get out there, collaborate with people. Convince your followers to retweet, comment. Etc, etc, etc. I'm sorry, this microphone is in a really awkward spot. Promo first. What's happening? I am streaming. This is so dumb. I am making pictures move via live stream. If you would like to partake in the process, please refer to one of the links below that best fit your social streaming platform desires. May peace be with you. Whatever, who gives a shit? Hey Green, random question. How would you feel about a tattoo with you? I mean, with your character. OC. Fine, great. Love to see it. Send it to me. How to sell like an artist. Let's watch it.
All right, so today's video is about marketing. I know it's not the most glamorous thing in the world, but I wanted to show you guys a YouTube clip that completely changed my perspective on what it means to market and promote your work as an artist.
Let's do it. Teach me.
So it all begins about a year ago. Honestly, I can't remember exactly what I was doing. Maybe I was painting or something, but usually when I'm going about mindless work, I'll put on some background noise to pass the time. And on this particular day, I happened to stumble upon a Converse interview with one of my favorite artists, Tyler, the Creator.
Everybody make some noise. Y'all let Tyler know. Let him know. What's up, y'all?
So I'm listening to this super helpful interview, and I get to about the 40-minute mark when Tyler says something that I would have never expected from an artist like him.
It's something I'm noticing a lot with the generation of right under me is like, I don't know if they too cool or they don't want to look thirsty or they're not proud of their, but like, they'll put a song out. They'll put it in their story and that's it. That's it. You went through something, you wrote words down, you recorded it, you edit it, you mix it. It's a whole thing. And you mean to tell me that you're gonna be passive with your own and just put it on?
It's so true. This is exactly what I was saying. You spend hours, days, if not months. Wake up, work. Wake up, work. Wake up, work. I'll let this guy say it. Like for me, I've been working on Epic Mind Quest for years. For 10 years. You know, I'm interested to hear what he has to say about overcoming that obnoxious feeling barrier, if that makes sense.
On your story once? Are you fucking crazy, bro?
Okay, so I think to most people, this clip doesn't sound any alarms. I mean, marketing has become such a staple in our culture, but over the last 3 years, I fully convinced myself that I didn't need marketing to be a successful artist.
Here in my garage, just bought this.
I mean, the idea of following trends, viral hacking, and learning about paid ads never really made any sense to me. It felt so inauthentic. And I'd always figured that if you truly believed in your work, then why not let the art speak for itself? There's no need to pollute the internet with any more silly TikToks, right? But then why did Tyler say all those things? It felt like everything he just said was the complete opposite of what he stood for. I watched the rest of the interview more conflicted than ever. What did Tyler mean by this? What was I missing? Fast forward about a year. It's the end of 2023, and Tyler's raspy voice still never fully left my mind. His words would just randomly pop up throughout the day as I worked on my videos and scrolled through social media. Around this time, I was also working furiously to complete my final film before the New Year's. And I had just about everything planned out. Finish editing, upload some Instagram stories, maybe even an Instagram post, and relax for the holidays. But as I completed task after task, it became clear that something wasn't right with this plan. See, this wasn't just any upload. This was going to be my first video in 5 months. And something just felt so wrong about putting so little effort into sharing a video that I poured everything into. And so, as I stared at the timeline that I spent almost half a year working on, I started to take Tyler's words more seriously. Maybe it was time to fully unpack what he was saying. Maybe I should give marketing a try. And so, as I prepared to go against every belief I had about marketing, I set one rule for myself: be as authentic as possible. So if making TikToks didn't feel right to me, then I didn't have to do it. Maybe there were other forms of promoting my film that excited me more. What if I edited a trailer, made posters, or even shared the behind the scenes of my creative process? Maybe I could even write an article or make some cool graphics too. And then
it's kind of what I'm trying to do with my streaming, is just give you guys, this is serious, like, give you guys an inside, like, I've been so quiet. It kind of gets real for a moment, but I've been like working on myself, if that makes sense, over the last few years, sort of get my ducks in a row, I think the saying goes. Sorting my shit out, emotionally, stability, all that sort of stuff. Just evolving as an adult, you know, becoming a parent, just being authentic to myself and finding my voice, if that makes sense. I spent a lot of my years trying to copy personas or experimenting with different ways of finding my voice and just being confident enough and not relying on alcohol to do it. And that's kind of where I'm at this year. I think I've gathered enough courage to do it. So scared of cancel culture in the past and saying the wrong thing and all that sort of stuff. And you could say, oh, Sam, you've been streaming for years and you've been animating for years. And I have, but you know, it's like too scared to look like a loser, too scared to be cringe, too scared to scare people away. But like the opposite to that is just not existing. And so just being in the shadows and not being out there is as bad as being cancelled anyway. So it's like, I don't know. I don't believe in cancel culture or any of that. Like, I think I've moved past that sort of fear and all that sort of stuff. But that's my aim, is just to come in. I work every day anyway. Why shouldn't I do it with people that want to watch me? I'm not going to beg for people to watch me, like, you know what I mean? But I also should be proud of the work that I do. And you guys are always great at giving me compliments and stuff like that, and it's good. It's like, I kind of like the negative stuff is always going to be there, but it doesn't really affect me as much. And the same with the compliments. The compliments are really nice, and sometimes they don't hit me like they should. Like I try to mellow everything down to like not influence me in a great deal. So yeah, I guess that's like what I'm trying to do is if I stream every day and gather a bunch of people like yourselves that are willing to come on this quote unquote journey of just what it is to like, because I am really kind of like pretty much in my personality and my YouTube channel, I'm reinventing myself, and I don't know exactly where I'm going with it, but I think it's a cool way to sort of show the progress and process in real time, and also, you know, rely on you guys to help shape what you guys like. Like having the live feedback is pretty important. You know, you guys can put songs on, I can learn about your personalities and the quirkiness of each other, and we can sort of bounce off that. And then even hopefully, realistically, I think I've always wanted to inspire. Like I always find myself trying to give advice to people that are struggling, that, you know, are lost. And I just get such joy from teaching and sharing all the troubles that I've gone through, and get like I'm so desperate to, I guess, turn all the negative stuff that I've faced in life and art and animation and growing and all that, and I just want to give everyone the cheats that I've developed across the way. And I call them cheats, but it's really just the answers or like the things that worked for me. So anyway, there's that.
Suddenly, as if a light bulb switched in my brain, everything started to make sense. Tyler wasn't telling me to sell my soul. He wasn't even telling me to make viral videos or follow trends. To him, marketing is as much for the artist as it is for the audience.
Let's do this.
It's about building a world around your art. It's the colors, the designs, the videos. It's about being proud of what you made.
Because I put time and love and too much energy into this finished project just to put it on Instagram and forget about it. Like, no, promote your, because you have to be a fan of your own stuff.
That's all marketing is. It's a reminder of the work you put into your art, an extension of your passion. And when I look at it like that, marketing is pretty fucking cool.
Ooh, inspiring. Inspiring. We're here for the journey with ya. You helped me a lot in the past, so I'm staying. Thank you. Thank you. And thanks, Moika, for sharing that video. That's very cool. I love that shit. I eat it up, but it's, that's another thing. Is like you can eat it up as much as you want. What do they call it? All those self-help videos and stuff. It's all mental masturbation. You know, you consume it all, but what do you get? There comes a time where you actually need to take some of the advice and actually do something with it. You actually got to put it into action. You can't sit there and go, yeah, no, I'm gonna, or, you know, you sort of just bullshit yourself a little bit. Eventually you got to take that leap. And it's also about what's probably resonated with me most is you can it doesn't hurt to try, and I think it's important to try consciously. Like, you don't have to do it perfect. Like, I say that as I adjust like this little fan art text that I notice. Ready, watch this. When there's a perfect square, see, wait, I'm grabbing the wrong thing. This little text here. When there's a perfect square for the fan art up here, it was like right on the line and it bothered me. I'll show you when it pops up. gotta wait for a perfect square. But it was just in the wrong spot, right? And it bothered me. I'm like, it's not perfect. It's not perfect. This stream layout is not perfect. See that? How it's like right on the top there? And I'm like, just move it down a little bit. That's okay. People saw it not perfect for a while, and now it's a little bit more perfect. It feels a little bit more neat. It's part of the process. I don't know, dumb analogy. It's fine. For sure, I hate and avoid video essays most of the time, but this one spoke some too many lies I was telling myself. Like right now, I'm taking a stop to work on my next music video to fabricate its future success, because I don't want to leave that at chance of the bless of the algorithm. Oh yeah, the algorithm. Hello, Mania Melody. The bless of the, yeah, the old algorithm. That's one thing that, like, especially with Epic Mind Quest, and when you spend months on a video, only to sit there and go, please, 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 YouTube algorithm, please. I've got much better odds if I have people like yourselves and I go, are you guys ready for the release? Let's do it. Let's do it together. You guys were here. You guys worked on this as hard as I did. Let's go together. Because the whole reason I'm sort of making this stuff isn't for myself exactly. It's for people to watch. I probably should make some more stuff that is more based on what I really want to make. But, you know, I always fall down that financial pit. I don't have that luxury yet. But I will get there. It's a part of its own journey. And one thing I know that I really struggle with is commitment, which is really the theme of this year for me. Commitment, which is not a bad thing. I don't mind that this is my struggle now, because before it was the hardest thing, the real hardest thing for a lot of people is step one, which is trying. And I've always had balls enough to try, but I've never had balls enough to see it through. Balls, confidence. And this works not just in art and animation and live streaming. It goes into fitness, it goes into health, it goes into, you know, I want to commit to a good diet. I want to commit to going to the gym. I want to commit to going to bed at a reasonable hour every single night. And this is the sort of the growing I've been talking about over the past years is, you know, you can try to be a good dad, but you don't have any choice but to commit. And so by being a parent and being so demanded upon for over 3 years now has taught me that you just gotta show up every day and keep showing up. And there'll be good streams, there'll be bad streams, there'll be good days and bad days. Days you're ashamed of the way you acted as a parent, or, you know, ashamed of the content that you created, or, you know, but if you get to the gym every day, at least you rocked up, at least you appeared. You might not have done the best workout. Oh, this one I only worked out for 45 minutes. Oh, I only burnt 400 calories or 300 calories or 150 calories. Oh, you know, You still did the thing. You still did it. You still committed to it. And then if you do those, eventually you get to the results. And the results are inconclusive. If you do that and you commit, you can't help but find some kind of success in the results. And if you don't see success in the results, what you do is you gather, mind the language, a shit ton of things to learn from. You learn ways to do it better. You learn what works, what doesn't work. I'd much rather be where I am now, trying to resurrect my YouTube channel, than start from scratch. I have my drawing ability. I have a lot of samples of success in the past, and I can use my previous knowledge over the 20 years of animating to help guide me into the future. It's all knowledge, all lessons learned, mistakes made, sometimes the same mistakes made over and over and over again. And that's the commitment part for me, is I always struggled. So for me, it's going to be really exciting if I can get 5 streams in a row this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. That's going to be a massive win in my books. And I need to remind myself of that win. It's not one of those things where I wake up in the morning and I go, oh, my mental health's a little bit low today. It's low because I'm trying to hide it to you guys. I'm trying to just be like, hey, I'm always happy. I'm always awesome. At least I can go, oh, I'm really tired today. Am I going to stream as long? Do I really need to have a nap? Did I screw up the night before? Or was it just a life thing? One of the girls are sick and I had to stay up with them until 3 a.m. and take care of them. You guys are going to understand. Hey, guess what? The stream's starting later today. Or, but I still stream. Still do a thing. Still do it. Do your best. So that's important. Just reminding myself of all that, sharing it with you. When I say it out aloud, it's like you can say something in your brain, but by saying it out aloud, it just does so much more, funnily enough. Hey Silver, thanks for joining. I don't really know how to say this, but your animations and art helped me find my art style, and how you draw certain details like shading, perspective, and other stuff I don't remember. Oh, thanks, X. Faffy. I'm glad. I appreciate it. Yes, it kind of does look like a xenomorph. I wonder if his tongue also bites. Yeah, it's just something that I did in one of the animations. I think it was Epic Mind Quest 6 Part 1. And I just had an idea to give him a tongue that sort of does that. It's obviously like from Alien or something, right? It's a favorite thing you've ever animated? That... I mean, it's a good question. Why is it a good question? I think it's like, what am I most proud of? And I think I really liked Epic Mind Quest 6 Part 2 because it's like, it's got action in it, and I've always wanted to animate action, but I've always stayed away from animating action because I know how time consuming it is. And rewatching it the other day, it's like, it was kind of cool. It wasn't as action packed as I would like, but it still holds up, I think. Like I like the effects. I like the time that I took to frame by frame the cape and the music and everything. Like, it sort of ties in. I'm pretty proud of that, I think. Moika says, the problem with success is that for a moment it makes you think that you're really smart and you can always do it again. but then you become complacent and fall behind until you wake up again. It is a loop. It is a loop. You see me awake? I'm awake. I'm awake. Like, I would like this stream to get to the stage where, you know, I always like the idea of sharing the stuff that I've learned and in regards of life. So I want to start my stream, even if I'm tired, I'm having my coffee like I did today, pretty much exactly what I did today. I woke up at 7 o'clock. Laylee woke up at 7 o'clock. We hung out for a bit. Then the twins woke up. It was 7:30 by that stage. We went and woke up my wife, sort of diddle-dallying around, start making a coffee. And then she's like, don't you start work? And I go, shit, it's 8 a.m. Fuck. Yep. Made my coffee, put on some pants, and here I am. And no prep, no like, I haven't showered, I haven't done anything. I just jumped on stream. But I also want to go, hey guys, how's everyone going? I wanted to share my sleep cycle. I want to show everyone, oh, you see here, I woke up at 12. You know, had restless legs. Laylee woke up as well. But I would like to share that sleep cycle, see how much REM I have, see how much deep sleep. I like looking at that stuff. I feel like it helps. You know, I'd like to share my gym progress. So I'd like to be more intimate with my streams. Right now, we'll just keep it pretty much art, and as you can see, we're already diving into more personal stuff, which is awesome. But to make it a full circle, not just an art lifestyle, because if you sit there and just draw and animate every single day without fitness and health, like I remember saying to Moika or Bruna years ago, I remember this, Bruna, I'm not sure if you do, but it was one of your live streams and you're just sitting there working away, and I was so tired just watching you, and you're just sipping on water, and I go, man, how do you stay so awake? How do you just keep going? And you're like, I don't know, man, I just go to bed and, you know, get up and I do it. And I'm like, damn. But what I realized was not what you had, it was what I was doing to myself. You know, I would go, okay, it's been a long day, I'll have a few drinks, and I'd probably have 3 or 4 or 5 drinks, and I wasn't getting proper sleep. And so I would wake up, I wouldn't have a hangover, I wouldn't have a headache, but I would just be tired every single day. It's because, you know, I'm not getting a proper night's sleep because I still have alcohol in my system, and I'm just not giving myself the best chance. Last night I had 3 drinks. I need to cap it at 2. 2's enough. You know, it's just, you know, killing old habits and all that sort of stuff. I'll go more into alcohol and the alcohol abuse that I did to my body another time. It's not important, but sleep is like a job. You need to commit to your good sleep. I'm the type of person that never wants to sleep because I love being awake and I love being productive, and I love waking up early. Like, I could go to sleep late and wake up early and I just want to get on with my day, but I'm just a shit version of myself. I'm more emotional. I'm not as clever. I'm not as articulate. My brain doesn't activate the way I want it to activate. So to go to sleep, go to bed early, wake up early, Sam. I'm yelling at myself. Some people like to go to bed late and get up late. That's fine as well. Whatever works for you. But just also understand that sleep, the less you sleep, the quicker you die. It's crazy. It's crazy. We'll watch some videos if you like about how important sleep is, but we'll get into that another day. One of my goals is to gain weight. I'd like to dive into that more if you'd like, Melly. X Factor says one of my goals is probably to improve in animation. I'm happy to help you with that as well, X Factor. You know, share some of your stuff on Discord, and I can break it down for you and give you little tips of what works and what doesn't work, and you know what I think you know, can be improved upon. Just little tricks. Animation is all about tricks. Tricking the viewer into interpreting something. One of my goals is to complete my mission. What's your mission? And that is impressing my crush. I think you'll impress your crush by not trying so hard. Honestly. I'd like to start getting my body fit again. I used to do 8,000 to 10,000 steps daily when I worked. That 10K steps, Art Tale, is 100% the minimum of what every human should be getting. If you wear your watch every day, like right now I've done 800 steps. That's from just waking up and just being with my girls and whatever. But everyone, it should have a goal of getting 10,000 steps a day, which is sounds like a lot, but really just need to make it happen. Many times during this year I become a mess and lose some good habits, fall down, right? And the first thing I always notice when making things right again is that I am fucking up my sleep schedule. Always, bro. Always. It's like, why has it taken so long for me to realize that it starts with sleep? It all starts with sleep. And then it goes sleep, and then it goes to food, and it goes from food, and then everything becomes easier. Like you make better decisions. Like, oh, I should go for a walk. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have opened that pack of chips. You know, just everything. Everything, just your brain just makes better decisions. Could you also give me some advice, Rico? What would you like advice on, Rico? Did you say anything up above? No? Ask away. It is a lot tricky, but I'm up with that. That's fine. Sleep, food, fitness, win. So that's another thing that's like a goal of mine this week. And I'm just, there, that's the biggest one that's really sort of resonated with me this week already. This year, let's say, like we're only on the 8th of January. Set goals, but set tiny goals, real tiny. It could be a daily goal or a weekly goal. Do not go over that. And I'm starting with a weekly goal. I'm starting with a daily goal, but also a weekly goal. So I can always have the good days and the bad days, but what I want to try to do is get 5 consecutive days in a row of doing the things that I promised myself, which is I want to stream every day and I want to go to the gym every day. 5 days in a row. In my case, I actually went to the gym on the Sunday as well, right? So I'm going to technically, if I commit to it myself, I'll have 6 days in a row of going to the gym. Which honestly would be freaking awesome if I pull it off. Anyway, as they say, that's the goal. And then, once I do that, you know, my eating has been... I ate a lot of chips last night. Bad choices. But my other meals... Oh, actually, no, I had a pie yesterday. Just get a little bit lazy with certain things. But you don't give up everything. Like... I made a mistake here. I'm not going to stop doing everything because of it. Just try to be better the next day. Try to be better the next day and the next day. Do you know GD, which is Geometry Dash? No, not at all. Well, I need to gain weight because I have always been skinny and my height is not normal. for someone my age. Like, it's really low. Lately, I've been trying new foods I have never tasted before. Nice. Yeah, right. So gaining weight, I mean, is a funny one, and I'm no. This is not medical advice. Like it's unsolicited. It's not experienced. Like a lot of people have the opposite problem, right? They want to lose weight. But I mean, there's many ways you can gain weight, and sometimes there's positive ways as well. So a lot of protein is a good way to gain weight. In a good way. So, you know, in muscle weighs more than fat, and so if you can gain muscle, you can gain weight, and you can also become super fit as well. And so that's just a protein cycle. Protein and fiber. Don't forget the fiber. I did that one week where all I did was eat protein and vegetables, and then my stomach was not good. It was like I couldn't poop because it's all backed up. I was having cramps in the middle of the night, and all it took was to have a couple of bowls of cereal, and then it broke it all down for me. And I was like, oh, I forgot to. I'm like, but cereal's not good for me. And I'm like, well, high fiber cereal's actually good for you. Helps your digestive system, helps you move that food and break it all down. So, you know, you can't go all in one direction. How do I learn to draw faster? Okay. Well, that question can be interpreted different ways. You can draw faster just by moving your hand faster, right? That's a short answer, but it's not the right answer. It's not what you're looking for. How do you draw good fast? And so that would, to me, suggest that you're not confident with how your drawings look. So if you are looking to improve your drawings at a faster rate, my suggestion would be draw more often and also draw more loosely. And when I say loosely is don't do what I do and focus your entire freaking hour on cleanup. But just try to draw lots, and draw, like when I say draw lots of different pictures, but draw them very loosely, and do not use an eraser. Just keep drawing. Draw. And if you don't like your drawing, move on. Start again. Move on. Start again. Set yourself some time limits, you know, do a 5-minute drawing, do a 10-minute drawing, do a 30-second drawing. Right? And do lots of them. Do lots. You want to do 1,000. Do 1,000 drawings in, what's fair to say, a month. And over time, you'll see yourself just getting faster and faster and faster. And then when it does come time for you to work on an actual piece of art that you want to share with the world, if you're sat down and you're focused and you've done your 1,000 drawings, then you'll just naturally make less mistakes, which would mean you're not using Control Z and you're not using the eraser as much, which then ultimately means you're drawing faster. That's my answer to that one. I don't like that mouth. That looks better. So I'm gonna have to leave now, but come back later. I'll go to the park with my mum and my brothers. Good. Go get some exercise. Have fun. What am I doing here?
Yo.
Looking good. I'm gonna go fill my water bottle up. I'll be right back. All right, we're getting there. What's your favorite moment to make you laugh? I don't really look at moments that make me laugh. I sort of laugh once and that's it. What's moment, like, what do I do for laughter? I watch stand-up comedy. You said, what's your favorite moment to make you laugh? I don't know. You haven't given me any context. Favorite moment in what? Life? Okay, Radical Mouse.
Almost got the cheese touch. The cheese touch. Almost got the cheese touch. Almost got the cheese touch. What? What? Touch. What? What?
Boom Boom Man behind you. Run for your life. Run for your life, son. Run, son. It's the Boom Boom Man.
Thank you for subscribing, Marka. Ooh, excuse me. Marka? Did I get that right?
What? 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 What?
Looking good. Looking good. Oh my god. Talk about sleepy. Sleepy deepy dippy doo. What's everyone up to? What are you doing? Need some more upbeat music, I think. Hey Sam, I'm back for a while. There's internet where I am, so I can keep watching the stream. Nice. I need to keep working. Oh, I didn't post on Instagram. Alright. I'm going to be right back. The hubby and I are going to watch Hoarders. Enjoy! Artdale, thanks for being with us. I've been vibing and watching, but forgetting to speak. Distraction is a powerful thing. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. I'm getting some work done. That's the main thing. It's good to see you guys still active. chat dead. It's okay. I need a break from talking anyway. At some point, I may end up slipping into VR to play some games with a couple of friends. Not sure though, staying put for now. And even when I do, thanks to XS Overlay, I can keep watching while in VR. It's just more painful to type in VR. I understand, Sil. Do what you gotta do. Cool. I think that looks good. I'll just leave it like that. My hand! That was a fairly quick cleanup, that one.
How will you make sure that the next 12 months are different from the last? Because time won't wait. The world won't stop spinning for you, so stop wasting time. Every single person has 24 hours in a day. It's what you do with those hours that makes the difference. Don't waste them on things that don't matter. Don't wait for someone to tell you when to start. It's time to decide that today, right now, you're going to be better. You're going to be stronger. It's not easy, but that's the point. It's supposed to be hard. It's what separates the ones who make it from the ones who don't. So decide now that you're going to make the change. Decide now that you're going to do whatever it takes. No one's going to do it for you. It's up to you. Always has been, always will be. Start.
I reckon this is AI.
Now, not later. Today is the day. Not tomorrow, not next week, not when things feel right. Right now. Stop telling yourself that you'll get to it later. There is no later.
Hey everyone, Jonathan here. I'll be trying out this new walk and talk format where I just share whatever is on top of my mind, so do let me know what you guys think. Today I want to talk a bit about my own reactions to AI, why I initially felt threatened and why I no longer feel as threatened. Because my first reaction as a philosopher, seeing what GPT-3 was able to do with reason, argument reconstruction, logic, and even math, was awe and fear. I felt threatened. And I think this is quite a common reaction that people have for AI, because it's not just you feel threatened for economic reasons or job security, but when you see a craft that you've been working on for years, if not decades, be so easily automated by a cold piece of machine, right? By cold silicon, that brings about a kind of existential dread. Like, what is the purpose of all this? Why did I put so much effort into training? And especially as a philosopher, right? Someone who's supposed to write books and give lectures and parse arguments, this was ultimately threatening. And because keep in mind, we're still in the very early innings, right, of this technology. The only analogy, the only thing that I can compare my experience to, I think, was how Augustine reacted to the fall of Rome. Augustine said that he felt his entire world be shaken upside down when he learned that the eternal city, Rome, right, this supposedly impregnable fortress which stood for centuries, had fallen to the barbarians. And that the light of the world, I believe was his language, the light of the world had went out. That might be a bit too extreme, but that was directionally what I was thinking. And in fact, I think modernity already is just a series of humblings for humanity. The Copernican revolution told us that our planet, our home, is nothing special. Darwin told us that our biology, right, is nothing special, just another slightly smarter ape. And now with AI, it's taking away, I think, the last bastion of what the human race could take pride in, right? As far as we know in the universe, we're still the most intelligent creatures. And you could start to see with GPT-3 why that was going to go away. And so that's why I thought of my experience as similar to Augustine viewing the sack of the eternal city, right? Because if our eternal city, our mind, had fallen under siege almost. As I thought about this reaction to philosophy and to AI, I realized it said a lot more about me and how I'm treating my discipline, philosophy, than it did about AI. Because there are, let's make a very loose cut, two ways to treat philosophy. Either as production, right? Philosophy is you're supposed to write, you're supposed to lecture, you're supposed to produce things, or as philosophy as cultivation. This is philosophy as art of life. This is philosophy as a way to make yourself a more virtuous and better person. And I realized that I had only felt so threatened by AI because I treated philosophy as primarily production instead of cultivation. One of my favorite dialogues from Plato is called the Phaedrus. And the Phaedrus ends with, surprisingly, Plato's critique of writing, right, from Socrates' mouth. And I do think it's very notable that the great founders of most of the great intellectual traditions, Socrates, Epictetus, who wasn't a founder but very important, Confucius, Jesus, Buddha, none of them wrote anything. None of them wrote books. Because for them, philosophy was not about production at all. Philosophy was simply a ladder, simply a tool to live a better life. And so if you just focus your entire life as a philosopher, figuring out arguments, Marcus Aurelius says the same thing. He says, thank the gods when I got into philosophy, I didn't puzzle over syllogisms. I didn't think about celestial phenomenon. I didn't go after knowledge for knowledge's sake. The way that Socrates communicates this in the Phaedrus is through a metaphor. He says, if philosophy is this extremely fruitful seed, where would you want to plant it? Would you want to plant it on the dead pages of a book? Or would you want to plant it in the soil of someone's soul, right? Something that is able to help these seeds grow. That's something that is a suitable soil for it. And so, for other reasons, Socrates keeps on making fun of writing, which is funny because Plato is writing this, and there's a big scholarly debate about whether Plato was being ironic or he was being genuine in putting this critique of writing into Socrates' mouth. But the point of all this is to say, I only felt so threatened by AI as a philosopher because I had wrongly, I think, started treating philosophy primarily as production. Okay, I want to get this many views on YouTube. I want to publish this paper in this journal. I want to get tenure at this university, at this faculty. There's a clear danger that I think people outside the academy, it's very hard for them to see, of turning philosophy into a career, of turning philosophy into just another version of Goldman Sachs or Morgan Stanley, consulting, finance, tech, just climbing a different career ladder, right? And that's, I think, why I felt so threatened, because if primarily philosophy is about production, we can all readily see how in 5-6 years' time, all of the work I'll be doing in the next few years will be made obsolete. You can feed one of these great books into a lecture creating AI, and it'll be able to generate a much better lecture script than I. And then you can put that lecture script into a video AI, and it can generate a much more compelling, less robotic delivery than I. But if you treat philosophy, writing, intellectual life as primarily a way to cultivate yourself, as primarily either intellectual satisfaction from grasping the deepest truth of the universe, or as primarily a way to be a better person, then my next few years will not be wasted at all. Every time I do one of these lectures or I interview a professor, there's something profound I take away that I apply to my life. And for a long time, if you want to know what Hegel said, you're still going to have to read him. So from this lens of philosophy as cultivation, my work will not be wasted at all, even when AI comes. In fact, AI will be a great accelerant to this, and I should actually welcome it, right? If AI truly is going to be better than me at figuring out what is the right religious system, metaphysical system, what is the right ethical system, then surely I should welcome that, right? And so that's one way in which I felt less threatened by AI. It was because by investigating why I felt threatened, I realized that my relationship with philosophy had become perverted, that I had started treating this as a way of production and not, which was my initial foray into philosophy, as a way for cultivation. So that's the primary thing that I wanted to share with you guys. I'll also share a few more things about the production side, because I think even there are a bit more defenses for the philosopher than one might think. Now, one defense would be whether you think you need the interiority of the human race to write good philosophy. So, for example, the behavioralist, a psychological school, one of their key assumptions was that all the most important parts of man can either be observed externally through his behavior or his interactions with the environment. If that is the case, then you could totally see how AI, which is better at reasoning, or can be better at reasoning and syllogisms and argument construction and observation, observing humans, is sufficient to write all the most important works from now on. Now, I don't agree with that assumption. So in that case, you might think we need to access actually the interiority of the human race to write a philosophy that's appropriate for us. Because again, philosophy should be the manual for life. It should be the art of life. And in that universe, there are parts of philosophy that will be more robust than others. So if you are doing economic analysis, like social political philosophy, that will probably be replaced a lot sooner than if you're doing phenomenology or ethics that requires the author to know what it feels like being human. So that's one defense. Philosophies that are more focused on the interiority or that need interiority. Another defense, and this doesn't have to do with the production process.
Yo, Sam, didn't think to make something like a poster for a second season of Epic Mind Quest. I haven't thought about it. It's not a bad idea. I probably wouldn't bother until the first episode's actually made, though, I will say. So there is that. It would be really cool. Have you seen this one? I made this years ago for Epic Mind Quest 6. It's kind of cool. Took me a while though. I don't think I sold any, but it was still pretty fun. So yeah, could be a cool idea. Good idea.
In the way that interiority does, but how it's received is personality, injecting personality into your philosophy. And when you do historical philosophy, you can already see a wide spectrum of how much personality people inject into their philosophy. The British analytical school, almost nothing. I mean, there was not a lot of personality to inject there to begin with. But when you read...
It would be cool to have a poster for each episode. Oh, you redrew it? I probably have seen it. I kind of forget.
Some of my favorite continental thinkers like Rousseau or Nietzsche, there would be these passages, literary passages, like when Rousseau talks about, in the second discourse, the noble savage. And the analogy that he gives is of a steed that's not able to contain itself, that would rather die in captivity. It's those passages that give a very distinctive personality to the writer, to the thinker, to the philosopher, that I think will become increasingly important and increasingly valued in society. And I think we can even push this a bit further, where it's perhaps similar to the Phaedrus, although for very different reasons, I think writing will be less and less valued by society. Even now, when AI is not nearly as good as writing as we are, it cheapens writing. Just because of the fact that a machine can do it, it cheapens it, even if it's nowhere near as good. This is why I think rhetoric will make a comeback, because there are channels like YouTube, like podcasting, that is able to be what the printing press was to writing. These things are to rhetoric what the printing press was to writing. That is to say, it is able to replicate rhetoric at low or no cost. And because so much more personality is injected in rhetoric than in writing, I think that will be a very important moat of defense for the philosopher. Again, we're talking about production here. That's all I wanted to say. Maybe the last thing I'll say is why I'm so excited to read more about the philosophy of AI. So I'll be starting an interview series just on the philosophy of AI in partnership with my friends at Cosmos that I will be launching early next year. I just interviewed Nick Bostrom, for example. Oh, actually, on that Bostrom point, this is good for me to bring up. I don't want to make it seem like this idea of cultivation, right? Philosophy is cultivation. That will never be threatened by AI. That, your time will always be well spent if you just read Hegel and read books, because you need to be the one downloading it to your brain. That's actually not true. With advanced technology, and Bostrom talks about this in his new book, Deep Utopia is the name of the book, you can theoretically reprogram all your synapses such that, it's like Neo in the Matrix, such that you can hit a button and read Hegel's phenomenology. You can hit a button, become more virtuous.
That was the point
makes
of no
a very,
return.
very good point that such
Like
a technology
the poster, or
is probably one of the
like watching me
final
stream
technologies that we as humans create. Even more difficult than like manipulating matter in all sorts of different ways, simply because the brain is the most complex object that we know of. And for you to properly write to the brain would require you to manipulate billions, if not trillions, of synapses. So yeah, the point of bringing that up was, I didn't want to give you the intuition that cultivation is something you can, that will always be defensible, but I do think it's pretty optimistic for the philosopher that reading and absorbing knowledge is one of the last things that will be automated. It's the most defensible thing. It's the best use of your time. It's the thing that you will not waste time on until the very, very end, until we have that technology. But okay, taking a step back, the reason I'm so excited about this interview series on philosophy and AI that I'm doing with in partnership with my friends at Cosmos is because I think throughout the history of philosophy, so much of what are theoretical questions, when the opportunity, when the discipline, when the mechanism arises, they become empirical questions, right? So much of metaphysics, what Aristotle would have treated as metaphysics, just becomes empirical questions with the sort of heyday of natural science and in physics in the 20th century, in the 19th century. And I think a similar thing is going to happen with philosophy and AI, which is that AI is going to be something akin to what physics was in the 20th century, such that it turns a lot of theoretical questions into just empirical questions that we can actually have an answer to. So one example is, I studied with one of the great Kantians, Patricia Kitcher, in my undergrad days, and I had a big debate with her in class when we were reading through the first critique. The debate, my position was that I didn't see why a purely deterministic system that just operated on Newtonian billiard balls kind of mechanics couldn't produce reasoning behavior. And she took the opposite stance. She said, clearly these are two different things. The way that I think through practical or theoretical reason is very, very different from how balls in a Newtonian system work. The reason I took that position was because I studied CS and philosophy, and on the CS side, I was on the AI track, and I was taking an NLP course, and I could see how, even though this was 2017, so it was nothing close to this kind of LLMs that we're seeing today, I could see how through purely deterministic instructions, you can kind of get behavior that looks like reason. Now, fast forward to, as of last week, right, with O3 and OpenAI's new model, you could see how through, again, purely deterministic instructions, you are able to generate rational behavior, in this case, the domain of math, that is better than 99.9% of the population already. And so that's what I find so exciting about AI, is that it's going to turn a lot of these philosophical, theoretical questions that, you know, we can only speculate on, and we have speculated on for millennia, into empirical questions. Okay, that's my first rant, my first walk and talk. I don't know what I'm going to call this. Maybe something like musings, to make it clear that these are not well-formed thoughts. But yeah, let me know what you guys think about this new format in the comments below. Thank you.
Interesting. How to train yourself to become a genius.
Good God, man! You almost got the cheese touch. So what?
Alright, I think I'm happy with that.
Stop! Good God, man! You almost got the cheese touch. So what?
Gotta draw the other side of the leg. Now I gotta color it. But first I might go to the toilet. I actually might have lunch. Start lunch early. You guys be right by yourselves? You guys be okay? Let's put that on loop. Alright, I'll be back soon. Yo. I'm still eating. Sam Pancake is off to bed. If you're still there, good night. Thanks for joining. Oh, Moika's live.
Moika hates Moika. And this animation that I'm working on, it's a little like joke about influencers, a joke about fame too, but also a little like Valentine's idea. Hey, hello XPI, what's up? Yeah, we're doing some traditional work today. How are you? Hey, what's up, Sam? Why were Moika and Cynic fighting? So the whole idea is that Moika... how do I put it? It's jealously. I want to make always like a thing about Cynica getting jealous about any kind of appreciation that Moika may receive. Even if Moika is like a small artist, and Cynica is like way more popular, she still gets like jealous about her because she has something that like she doesn't. Moika has something that Cynica doesn't, which is kind of like a fire you have when you are starting out, a love for the game that you have when you're starting out, and that's something that Cynica no longer has. She's only doing it to maintain status. That is if I want to go deep into it. But in the end, it's like the gags are just gags. I am not thinking too much about it. I mean, I am not trying to make them that deep, but they go deep between like they go deep for me, you know. When I think about it, I try to think about like subtext that is gonna make it fun for me to animate, to create. But it's not something that I am like pushing or expecting everyone to see. If I get like a couple comments like that overanalyze it, then yeah, that'll make me happy, but it's not something that I'm chasing. It has to be a fun character interaction. That's the main goal. Okay, we're gonna draw something else. This is gonna be deleted. This stream is gonna be deleted. Okay, I have this very cool reference here. Let me take a picture so I can show you the reference. It's like a girl holding a cell phone and a bat. You can see it there. And I like the jacket. It's an open jacket. I think I can make Moika in this pose. Can we talk about our character's similar hairstyle designs, please? I don't know, your character, the Beyond the Coolest. Where's your channel? Let me see. I went to your channel and I see no character similar to that. But I mean, it's a mohawk. There are so many characters with similar hair. Girl needs to be humble and appreciate the fans then. I mean, that's why I'm also throwing a joke where like Cynica falls and makes a fool of herself. Like she's also like a short stack and Moika's like a tall girl. So the whole idea is I'm trying to make like some funny things. Which I want to show them in a more like relaxed spotlight. Okay, we're doing this next pose, and again I'm gonna be doing it the same way. This is gonna be for like a Moika drawing, so I'm gonna consider like Moika's proportions for this. And she's holding like a bat. I wonder what could Moika be holding? Moika's probably gonna just be holding her backpack.
Almost finished.
Maybe. What are your plans for the new year? I like when the new year came, I didn't have like any New Year's resolution. But a couple of days ago, just talking with some friends who visited me here, another artist friends, among them, so I'm gonna be sharing some of this story. I don't want to name them right now because maybe they want to keep their privacy. But I came up with this like New Year's resolution with my animations, and that's something that I want to make. Where I want to just have more fun with my animations. I want to take things less seriously. I feel like I've been trying to make like, I don't know, cool shit or like, I don't know, like career decisions with my art and try to be more serious about it. And this year I just want to relax, animate as much as I can, bring these characters to life in a fun way, in a serious way, in any way that I want. Use this channel as my channel. You know, use this channel as whatever I want it to be. Be less, yeah, worry less about shit. I've been too, I don't know what's the word to put it, but just serious about art, I feel, last year's. Hey, thank you very much, Andromeda, for 50 Argentinian pesos. Muchas gracias. Smiley face, Andromeda. Thank you very much for all the support.
Excuse me.
I wish Moik and Sinica will get along. I don't know where the story is gonna take it. I have an idea for where the story is going, but no for like where it's gonna take them. You know what? I have to fix this thing here. And also, like these legs are looking weird. And I don't have enough space to draw them full body, so just gonna make a line there. And be happy with that. I hate when this happens, but I think I can fix it. I think I can save it. What can Moika be holding here?
Excuse
That's
me.
my dilemma
I had
right
too
now.
much pepper in my. Too much pepper in my my enchilada. Someone donated 50 Argentinian pesos. I don't know. It works out to be 7 cents, 8 cents. Someone donated 8 cents. Oh, that's funny. It's kind of funny, right? So if that's all you got, just hold on to it. I don't know what
So we
music.
strive for connection. That's what lonely.
Welcome to the Huberman Lab podcast.
We want to learn
discuss
stuff.
Science.
Listen to music. The skill issue, or how I learned I could learn so you can. This might be good.
When I was a kid, one of the absolute...
Let's go.
When I was a kid, one of the absolute worst things my family taught me was this false statement. You cannot learn to be good at things. Obviously, this is a very terrible thing to teach a kid, and don't worry, this video is not an extended rant about my childhood. This video is about skill. You see, the reason they said this was because they honestly believed it. It was as if they did not know how skills were developed. In their minds, people were just born good at things. And if you tried a new skill and weren't immediately good at it, you should just give up. These people each had their own talents, which had come from years of learning and repetition. But it's like they forgot that part. How could they forget? How could you forget the training montage? That's the best part. One clue comes from my grandmother. I remember when I was young, making little clay figures out of Fimo. And I made this little guy with a round belly and a big, broad-brimmed hat, like Darkwing Duck. And he was a swashbuckler. So I gave him a toothpick for a sword and put him up on a shelf while I got to work on another one. My grandma walks by, examines this little thing, and says one word: ugly. Then she just crushes him in her fist. Then she leaves, just walks away. Even as a young child, I was astounded at her behavior. I mean, I'd been to preschool and kindergarten by this time, so I knew it was frowned upon to criticize someone's art in a mean way. So, to judge that little guy, whose charm lied not in his beauty, ugly, in front of his creator, and then to fucking annihilate him, seemed uncalled for. Even my kindergarten brain understood this was shockingly inappropriate behavior for an adult. Why was she like this? To find out, I interviewed my family members about her and their childhoods. You see, my grandma did not live an easy life. Her parents were extremely poor and had 9 kids. So in order to get rid of a mouth to feed, they did what a lot of people did in those days. They arranged a marriage for her at 17. Now, the matchmaker, who was not a professional matchmaker, by the way, but rather just a friend of a friend who knew somebody, sold my grandma's family on this guy they knew of, just a little bit older than her, who could provide for her. But when he showed up, he was a lot older than the description, and kind of a penniless disaster. Also, he was previously married, but didn't even get a divorce. He just fucking abandoned the old family to marry a 17-year-old, which I guess people just did in those days. Soon after their wedding, my grandma began to receive visits from angry people all over town trying to track down her husband because he owed them money. To pay off his debts, she had to get money from her parents, which at least is a kind of karmic comeuppance for the people who forced her into the marriage in the first place. Their get-rich-quick scheme had backfired. Over the next several years, my grandma would have 8 kids of her own, and she had to earn the money to feed them by doing other people's laundry. Her husband wasn't bringing in much money since he had a peculiar habit of abandoning unfinished jobs. Many of the angry people who came to see Grandma about Grandpa said, "I hired him to paint my house, but he only painted one side and left. I want my money back." And she had to reimburse those people out of her own pocket while Grandpa spent his ill-gotten gains on whatever he wanted. Now, Despite this utterly deranged behavior, my mother actually remembers him quite fondly because whenever he did abandon his duties, he would take her to the circus. So you can imagine my grandma's point of view when they come home in high spirits and my grandma asks, "Where is the money you were supposed to bring home?" And my mom says, "We spent it on ice cream. Papa took me to the circus." Wait, hold on a minute. Surely there could not have been that many circuses. Like a traveling circus, like every week? My mother clarified. Parades, fairs, festivals, you know, that kind of thing. She added, "He knew when the fish came in." And she wasn't talking about a fish market. She was talking about when the fish in the sea came near land. So he either possessed a knowledge of season, tides, and fish behavior, or a sixth sense for fish. Ichthyspathy? Apparently, he'd just drop what he was doing and go get the fishing poles, because he knew those fish were coming. Perhaps my little clay figure's roguish smile and cavalier demeanor reminded her of her late, irresponsible, fun-loving husband. Or perhaps she saw him reflected in me. I did not inherit the fish sense. I asked my family if Grandma ever had any interest in art or any creative pursuits, and immediately they shook their heads and said, no, that would have been frivolous activity. So long as the sun was up, Grandma would work. Even when she retired, she felt too guilty to relax and would pass the time sweeping pavement that was not even dirty. My grandma lived an unpleasant life, most of it struggling to survive. When her kids got old enough, she put them to work. One of her sons got a job at a grocery store, specifically so he could steal shit to bring home for the family, a kind of hybrid approach combining my grandmother's work ethic and my grandfather's ethical flexibility. Many of the others worked in a deafeningly loud canning factory before hearing protection was a thing. So any activity that could not put food on the table was a waste of time. Was it this idea, a pragmatism born from survival, that made them believe skills were born, not made? I think Grandma and each of her children were forced to get good at whatever made them money, and the free time to practice anything else was an unheard of luxury. In fact, my mom told me that she didn't even know lessons existed until she was about 10 or 11. At that age, her father died, and she was sent away to live with distant relatives for a while. I think this served to temporarily reduce Grandma's mouths to feed, while also giving my mother a change of scenery to take her mind off her grief. Sadly, these distant relatives did not treat her well, and she fell into a kind of Cinderella scenario where her relatives lived a life of privilege while she served as the help. But there were times when the wicked stepsisters would go to private lessons for things like piano or violin, and my mother was dragged along to sit in a corner and watch. There she beheld something she'd never seen before. A private tutor imparting a skill. In describing my mother and her mother's lives, I could be describing a life in almost any time and place throughout history. They were peasants who grew skillful only at what earned them coin, while the aristocracy had the free time to learn anything they pleased. I doubt the first cave paintings were made by prehistoric aristocracy, though. At some point in history, a shift occurred, and the common folk had less time for the development of artistic skills because they had to toil to survive. Was it the Industrial Revolution? No, Even earlier, the patronage system was the only way for many artists to work. Even in medieval times, the icon painters and artists who made illuminated manuscripts were supported by the church and commissioned by patrons. Artisans could train these skills because it was their job, but what about the amateurs and hobbyists? One had to be either privileged or supported by the privileged. Traveling storytellers, bards, and other entertainers lived hand to mouth. Exceptions were quite rare. I understand my grandma and her children better now as an adult. She did not smush that little guy to make me suffer. She wanted for me a future where I avoided the suffering that plagued her. When she called him ugly, I suppose she'd done an instinctive market calculation and decided, nobody's going to want to pay for this. For only the activities that made you money were worth doing. When I asked if Grandma had any interest in artistic pursuits, the answer had been no. She would have felt guilty doing such a thing. So I rephrased. I asked my mother if Grandma ever had any artistic talent, and she told me that once, when Grandma was quite old, she gave her a sheet of paper and asked her to draw a pine tree. I think the idea was to give her a simple cognitive test to assess her dementia. Expecting something like a child's drawing, my mother was surprised when Grandma drew something quite detailed with realistically rendered light and shadow. At this point in her mental decline, she was calling family members by the wrong name, yet she could produce that drawing like a reflex. She could do that the entire time, and she never showed anybody. My mother rattled off a few names of various relatives. Oh yeah, he could draw, she could draw, Uncle so-and-so, Aunt this, cousin that. A bunch of people with surprising natural talents that just never used them. They found serviceable jobs to make ends meet and never touched those artistic skills. Like a beautiful mosaic paved over to make a fucking parking lot. I'd started this video essay with a simple thesis that you can get better at any skill by giving it deliberate training, and I'd intended to use my family as a negative example of what not to believe, because they didn't really ever train in anything for the sake of it, only to discover that the reason they believed skills were born was because they had been born with amazing skills, and thanks to capitalism and poverty, never fucking used them. I've endured a lot of discouragement from them in childhood when it came to creative pursuits, but I know it was because they'd wanted to save me from hardship and poverty. But I wish I could have saved them from the self-abnegation of never using your gifts. Drawing was never a skill I'd been born with, so I never knew you could ever get better at it. I just thought art class was fun. It was like indoor recess. I didn't really realize you were supposed to be focusing on honing your craft, so I never improved. My mom tells a similar story about learning violin. Her school says everybody must learn an instrument for a year. They lend her a violin. She attempts to practice at home, but her family tells her she's terrible and to stop making such a god-awful racket. After that year, she never touches an instrument again. I went through the same thing, except my school lent me a trombone. I didn't even pick that. They just made me play one for a year. And those same family members, a generation later, still complained I was making too much noise. So I never learned to play music. I wish I could go back and tell my younger self about how skills really work. That though you might possess some natural talents, those are just head starts, and you've still got to hone them to get good. And even skills you thought you were bad at can improve dramatically with a sustained level of practice. I would tell my younger self that he could draw really well if he wanted to, and that he should. Because in the future, people pay a lot of money for pictures of cartoon animal people fucking, and if you want to live a comfortable life, you should learn to draw that. Remember all those R-rated movies from Blockbuster you saw because your mom never gave a shit about censoring what you watched? Remember that anime, Crying Freeman? That shit was practically hentai. You were way too young to watch that. Now remember Disney's Robin Hood? Combine the two. Bam, you're set for life. Now don't show anybody your practice drawings. This is before the internet. People will think you're deranged. But trust me, this'll all pay off. It wasn't until much later that the idea of improving my skills was introduced to me. Not by my family, not by the teachers at school, but by video games. I'll confess, I did not play any JRPGs as a kid. They were too mature for me. I couldn't get into the idea of fighting using menus. I played stuff like platformers and beat-em-ups. Later, when games became more cinematic, Resident Evil and Metal Gear Solid. But it was in the year 2000 that several video games were released that would change how I saw reality. The first, released on February 4th, 2000, was The Sims. Most of us in school were already familiar with the copy of SimCity installed on the library's computer, but zoning and infrastructure were way over my head, and I didn't have any characters to relate to. But The Sims allowed you to create your own characters and micromanage every facet of their lives. And they weren't just puppets like most game avatars. They had free will. The part of my brain that had acted out stories with action figures, which I had suppressed in later years for being too childish, reactivated, only now the toys were alive and could piss themselves and curse God. It was fun. I played it a lot. But what had really fascinated me about this people simulator were these meters at the bottom of the screen labeled needs. Hunger, energy, comfort, fun, hygiene, social, bladder, room. I had never thought of my own needs or motives in this way, categorized neatly into little bars that drained. That when I ate, I was filling my hunger meter. That if I felt tired, it was a low energy meter. It didn't match real life perfectly. As a teenager with a messy room, it made no sense that tidiness should be linked to happiness. And when I built my sim a perfect life, he kept crying because his social bar was empty. As an introvert that thrived in solitude, it made no sense. I had to accept the conceit that Sims were another species and emotionally very needy. But what really blew my mind was when I saw a sim practice a skill. Tell a sim to study or exercise, and a little meter appears above their head, which fills as they practice. If the other meters, the needs, had reflected reality so impressively, then was this meter also a reflection of the truth? Is this what was happening to me when I read a book at school? Now this might seem obvious to you, but to a kid that had been taught you were just born with talents and that's all you got, this was an intoxicating discovery. It synchronized with concepts introduced to me by other media, like Goku training in increased gravity and the training montages of martial arts films. A year earlier, a little film called The Matrix came out, which depicted a world where you could get expertise instantly downloaded into your mind. I thought it was cool, but I knew it was make-believe. The Sims was telling me you could do it for real, just slowly, over time. In a move both cynical and painfully realistic, the skill points a sim accumulated through their hard work could be seen in a menu not labeled skills, but job. They were a means to an end, which was depressing. The Sims gave their precious energy to learn a skill whose ultimate purpose was to get them a job promotion. Depending on the skill, they weren't even having fun. But at least they don't need to write a resume and go to job interviews. They just pick a job and get hired automatically. Might be the most unrealistic part of the whole simulation, but at least it's kind. It didn't really depress me as a kid, since it presented career advancement as just another type of progress you could easily make. Grinding those skill points was satisfying. It might have been my first taste of number go up, of progression as incentive, the progress treadmill. But I hadn't played any real RPGs yet. I found them intimidating and hard to relate to. But on June 23rd, the year 2000, a revolutionary game was released that would prove the perfect introduction for me to the role-playing genre. And that game was Deus Ex. Most RPGs of the time used an isometric view, placing the camera high up in the sky, with combat that was turn-based, with actions selected from menus. Deus Ex played like a first-person shooter. By this time in my life, I'd already played Half-Life 1 and Unreal Tournament, so the controls felt familiar, but I'd never experienced this level of interactivity. I'd never played the Thief games, so this was my first exposure to first-person stealth, and I'd never played the System Shock games, so this was also the first time I'd ever played a first-person game with skill points in them. At the start of the game, the player allots J.C. Denton's skill points into whatever they see fit. As objectives are completed, experience points are rewarded, which can then upgrade JC's skills even further. In addition, nanomachine augmentations could be obtained that would give JC superhuman abilities, but you couldn't have them all. Each body part could only hold a limited number, so you had to choose. Same with skill points. You couldn't be good at everything. You had to pick what you wanted to specialize in. Again, a simulation of real life, though science fiction, was teaching me something about real life. If a player is extremely skilled at a type of weapon, that weapon's targeting reticule is narrow and precise. If the player is untrained in the weapon's operation, the reticule is large, clumsy, the aiming unwieldy. Deus Ex didn't just simulate the feeling of mastery. Many power fantasies do that. It also simulated a lack of skill, an almost unrealistic level of incompetence for an elite government agent.
Welcome to the Coalition, JC. I might as well start using your code name. Think I'd miss my brother's first day? Paul, I'm a cop, but I don't know how to use my gun.
Quit screwing around. You have a job to do.
I'm sorry. I'm telling the truth. All I've got with me is a pistol, but I have some bad news. I was never properly trained in its operation.
Jesus Christ, JC!
I chose to focus on swimming in school. It just sounded interesting. I'm a swimming specialist.
Are you out of your mind?
When swimming fails us, we really do live in a world of terror.
You better get your head screwed on straight.
I can't promise. In the line of duty, I may have to use swimming. You're a complete jackass. I'm deeply sorry. I'll go back to the academy. Forget about it. You don't have time to go back. Does that mean I don't get the job?
Remember that we're police. We are hard to keep accountable.
Anyone can become a member.
Keep that in mind. Your targets will be human beings. Just in case, though, use maximum force.
Yeah, and take a lot of lives tonight. We're cops, after all. You're doing well so far. There's been some activity at sea. I'm going to watch the coast. There's been some activity at sea. I'm going to watch the coast. What? This is what I was made for, isn't it? This is why I exist. My business is with the ocean. I'm going in there right now. I am prepared to perform my swimming.
Jesus Christ, didn't you hear me?
JC, no.
Deus Ex is a masterpiece, and I played it over and over again. Most objectives in the game are designed to have multiple solutions, so depending on what skills and augmentations I picked, I could solve a problem in completely different ways. Often in real life, I'd wish I'd been born good at something I was bad at. That deterministic idea of skill my family believed still contaminated my thoughts. Replaying Deus Ex in different ways was my way of being born again, different this time, to try the same set of obstacles with new types of mastery. That Christmas, I received as a present another game which would influence me for the rest of my life.
Fable.
Shenmue.
Never heard of it.
Protagonist Ryo Hazuki did not gain points for completing objectives that he could invest in martial arts. He had to find a place to practice, and actually practice the moves. Each individual move had its meter, which increased ever so slowly with each repetition. I loved this commitment to realism, even if it was boring. Sometimes, practice is boring. Later, a friend lent me his copy of Dragon Ball GT Final Bout for the Sony PlayStation, which isn't all that good, but we loved to play it. This was before Dragon Ball games all got beautiful cel-shaded graphics, and long before Dragon Ball Super, so GT was canon to us. The game had something called build-up mode, where you could train a character through repetition, just like Shenmue. Then save them to a memory card, and use them to fight your friend's character. Naturally, I chose Super Saiyan 4 Goku because he was canonically the strongest, even though in reality, all the characters were balanced to be more or less the same strength. Any move you repeated in build-up mode got stronger, so the most logical thing to do was to level up your big special attack to make your strongest move even stronger. I did something different. Instead, I chose to prioritize Goku's default small fireball attack, which, as a level 4 Super Saiyan, he tossed underhand, casually, as if to demonstrate how effortless it was for him. I repeated this move for hours, a truly stupid amount of time. But when my friend returned to battle our respective characters, he had chosen Vegito, the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. His strongest fireball barely dented my health bar, and my tiny underhand toss annihilated him. You can imagine his surprise. Worth it. Thanks to these early hybrid examples, I grew to love role-playing games. It's an intoxicating fantasy to be able to invest your experience points into whatever skill you want. But in most games, it was not a true simulation of how skills are acquired. In Deus Ex, for example, the player is rewarded with XP for completing objectives or exploring the environment. In the Fallout games, XP is not only rewarded for quests, but for killing enemies. Most RPGs then allow you to invest those points into whatever you like, even if it's totally unrelated. So you could kill a bunch of bad guys with a gun, then paradoxically invest those points into being a smooth talker who solves problems diplomatically. Can you imagine if skills worked this way in real life? The most powerful people in the world would be delivery drivers, because they do hundreds of fetch quests a day. They could then dump the points into music and become a rock star overnight, or physics and invent cold fusion, or speech and become the most charismatic person on the planet, founding new religions or nations at their whim. They would be like gods walking among us. Instead, their hard work is exploited to make CEOs who do nothing even more obscenely rich. But there were a few games that tried to simulate skill realistically. The Sims had to practice a specific activity, and some skills could even be learned by reading books. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas and later GTA 5 included skills that only increased when your character performed that specific action. Running around or riding a bike increased their stamina. Shooting increased by shooting people, but could also be trained by visiting a shooting range. Flying increases with time spent flying a plane. It's pretty realistic. You have to do things to get better at them. I think the best example of this type of leveling system is found in the Elder Scrolls games. Much like Ryo Hazuki's practice sessions in Shenmue, the Elder Scrolls keeps track of a player's repetitions. Do enough reps with a one-handed weapon, and the one-handed weapon skill increases. Run around with heavy armor equipped, and you'll get better at wearing it. There are also books you can find that grant you a point, as if they were particularly insightful. And you can also find people in the world who are more skilled than you, and pay them for lessons. Over time, my family's notion that skills were set in stone was chipped and weathered away by virtual examples, simulations of the real thing. It was video games that demonstrated to me you don't have to be born good at something to make meaningful progress. It takes time and repetition. This coincided with going to college, an institution that asks you to pick your starting class and spend years leveling up. I had finally internalized the idea that a person could learn anything, but I had not yet learned how that process occurs in real life. I mostly coasted by on my strong skills, never bothering to really do the hard work of improving my weak ones. I'm still bad at math, but I know now that's a choice. I dug up an old journal from that time and found a double-page spread of lists of skills to master. So inexperienced was I in the ways of learning that to my older self, this list of skills to master reads as fucking delusional in the extreme. Any one of these things could take months, or in many cases, years to master, maybe even a lifetime. And here I was naively thinking, yeah, sure, I'll just master that, like plopping a point into a skill tree. Let's take a look at the list. Ready? Starting on the left, we have a list labeled ENT, which I suppose means entertainment. It begins with singing. I cannot sing, so we'd be starting from zero and presumably becoming a competent vocalist. Next up is dancing. Not even a style of dance, just all dancing. Next is magic with a question mark. The entire craft of stage magic, but I'm unsure. Would it be worth my time to become a magician? Then, accents. Okay, a lot of English actors do study dialects as part of their training. With that skill, you could become a dialect coach. Then it says voices. Like impersonations? Voice acting characters, maybe? Perhaps Austin Powers or Eric Cartman impressions. Those were real popular back in the day. Next is cinematography. Sure, I'll just become Roger Deakins. How long could that take? A semester? Then I wrote grip stuff, meaning the job of grip on a film set. The people who handle all of the equipment relating to either the camera or the electrical department. That whole profession. The next one baffles me because I wrote advertising. Why is that even under entertainment? It's a separate field. Did you see that new ad campaign? Yeah, the one by the singing, dancing magician who can do different accents and voices. They say he does his own grip stuff. Next, I wrote producing. It is unclear if I meant being a film producer or being a music producer. Two very different jobs. Last is music. Just all of it. All music. I guess playing an instrument, composing my own songs. I don't know. The next list I titled software. It begins with Final Cut, then Avid, kind of redundant, then Dreamweaver, and there are 3 pluses written in pencil after it. For some reason, I was like, yeah, gotta learn Dreamweaver. Then I wrote InDesign. I don't even know what that is. Then I wrote Maya or 3ds Max or Lightwave, and then circled them and put a question mark. Like, which of these 3D programs should I learn? Then I wrote combustion. Then I wrote Neverwinter Nights 2 tool set, which is very specific. Was I trying to work for Obsidian? Then I wrote Sony Acid, and I have an arrow going down pointing to the word valuable. I do not know why I thought Sony Acid was valuable. The next list is titled Mental, and it is by far the largest of them. It begins with psychology, okay? Then deductive reasoning, interesting. Then resilience. That one's vague, but I mean, I guess it's good to be resilient in life. Next one is stress/fear/pain. I think I meant resisting these things, overcoming these things. Like how to be immune to stress, fear, and pain. That sounds good. To my younger self, I mean, even to my older self, that sounds pretty good if you can do that. Next, I wrote Nihongo in kanji. So you know I was serious. Then I wrote Espanol, then French, then Chinese, then criminology. So in addition to all of these, I'd be living a double life as a crime fighter, presumably. Then I wrote tactics. See, that's an important life skill in case you ever have to engage enemies on a grid and plan your moves ahead. I mean, as a crime fighter, I'm sure I'd be doing lots of this. Then I wrote flow, which isn't even a skill. It's the psychological state when you sort of forget yourself and you are fully present in whatever you're doing. It's like being in the zone. I don't think that's a skill. Maybe entering it sooner, better, using it more, maybe. You cannot major in flow, as far as I know. Next I wrote literature. Okay, that one's nice and traditional. I admire that one. Next I wrote EQ/speech/charisma. EQ means emotional quotient, and yes, that is the classic RPG speech skill accounted for so that I can win friends and influence people. Next is leadership. I mean, yeah, I guess that's, admirable. That sounds like something you put on a job resume, strong leadership skills. Then I wrote Arabic. I keep writing question marks after these, languages. Should I learn Arabic? Should I learn Farsi? I don't know. Then I wrote web design. Is this why I put pluses next to Dreamweaver? I don't know. Maybe it was just something of that time. Like everybody was saying, oh, you got to get into web design. Maybe I thought that was really important. Next is navigation. Okay, how not to get lost. How to use a map. Cool. Then I wrote recon. Yeah. Tactical. Nice. Well, I guess, I am going to be living a double life as a crime fighter who, does his own grip stuff. So you got to scout the enemies using your recon, and you don't want to get lost. So you got to have strong navigational skills. And once you do engage them, it's important to enter a flow state so you're able to fight at your best using tactics. The next list I titled vehicular. It starts with driving. Okay, all driving. I guess automatic, manual, 18-wheelers, construction equipment, anything. Anything could be driving. Then cycling, so I could win the Tour de France or something like that. Then I wrote motorcycle. Okay, how to ride a motorcycle. That could be cool. Then ultralight. And this does not refer to ultralight backpacking. This is ultralight aircraft. Then I wrote hang gliding, paragliding, skydiving, scuba with 2 question marks. So I'm extra unsure if I should be learning scuba. Then I wrote horseback. Yeah, that's a type of vehicle. Then I wrote small aircraft. And this actually, as an adult, surprises me because now I'm much older and I know how long it takes to become a pilot. I'm not a pilot. I have a cousin who is, and he actually teaches other pilots. And it takes a lot to learn that skill. And here I was, some young kid thinking, yeah, I'll just pick it up as a hobby. You just jump in a plane and fly it. How hard could it be? After small aircraft, I wrote helicopter. So not only was I going to master fixed wing, but helicopters as well. And lastly, I wrote sailing, just the high seas. The next list is called combat. And in my younger self's defense, I actually wrote in pencil underneath that, fun and confidence, but really necessary? ? So at least I understood you would not really be using these skills on a day-to-day basis. They're just for fun or to build physical fitness or what have you. You're not going to go around using these every day, presumably. But all right, let's go down the combat list of skills to master. Starts off with handgun, then rifle, then shotgun. Interesting. I put shotgun and rifle as two separate skills, even though they aim quite similarly. I guess maybe shotgun is like skeet shooting, and rifle is like precision, like sniper rifle type of marksmanship. Then I wrote boxing. Okay, cool. Then taekwondo. All right, you get your hands, then you got your legs. Next, I wrote aikido. Now, in my defense, this was way before YouTube existed, so some of these martial arts on these lists have been, I guess you could say, debunked by MMA and other competitions where you actually see them try to use it and fail miserably. But I didn't know that in those days, so I thought Aikido would actually, be super useful and good. Next, I wrote judo. Okay, cool. Then I wrote Krav Maga. Again, it had a reputation in those days as being like totally badass. The next one I wrote, Sistema, even more so. That one has been rather debunked. Like most people consider it total bullshit now. But, in those days, we didn't know any better. We thought, yeah, it'll make you like a Russian commando or something. Then I wrote Kenjutsu. Not kendo with bamboo practice swords. I was talking about studying the blade. I suppose that would come in handy when I fought crime. Next, Eskrima. I mean, of course, Nightwing uses it, so I too in my double life would need this. Then I wrote Jiu-Jitsu. Okay, good. I'm glad there's a grappling art in here, nice and comprehensive. And then for some reason, at the very bottom of the list, I wrote lightsaber. Now, I was way too old to think lightsabers were real. Like, I wasn't like that young when I wrote this. So what did I mean writing lightsaber under combat skills? What does that mean? Why did I do that? I mean, what? Like, did I mean the type of lightsaber choreography done in the prequel trilogy, like the Phantom Menace, like how they had really good sword fights? I have no idea why I wrote lightsaber under combat. Lastly, I wrote physical. The first skill under physical is weights, and I wrote 3 pluses next to that. So I guess lifting weights, good, do that. Then I wrote cardio, another 3 pluses after cardio. So also good, must prioritize this. Then I wrote sprinting. Interesting that I separated cardio and sprinting because they're related, but they're technically 2 different. Like, I guess by cardio I meant long distance, and by sprinting I meant short distance. Then I wrote jumping, and I put a star next to it. I don't know why. Like jumping up and down, jumping high. I just wrote jumping. Next, gymnastics, and I put another star next to it. Okay, gymnastics is cool. Doing, somersaults, handsprings. That'd be pretty awesome. Then I wrote free running, and I put a star next to it. I don't know what the stars mean. But yeah, parkour was just becoming popular. People were just becoming aware of it. So free running, absolutely. It looked cool. It looked like the kind of thing that Daredevil would do on a rooftop, which I, of course, would need in my double crime fighting life. Then I wrote swimming.
Yes, do exactly that.
Okay, practical. I mean, it's not like I didn't know how to swim. I just meant like getting good at it, becoming a really fast, strong swimmer. That's okay, admirable. Then I wrote flexibility, and I put another star next to it. And then immediately after, I wrote yoga. I don't know why those are separate. What could flexibility separate from yoga be referring to? Like a circus contortionist? I don't know why I separated the two. And then climbing. Yeah, okay, rock climbing. That could be cool. That's good exercise. And lastly, I wrote acrobatics. Like trapeze? Tightrope walking? Circus? Acrobatics? What did I mean by this? Wait a second. Was I trying to become Dick Grayson? If I do this list backwards, if I start with acrobatics, then I'm Dick Grayson, and then my parents die, and I go through all this physical training, and then all the combat training, see? It's starting to make sense. Then the vehicular training, of course I have to ride a motorcycle, and then all the mental training, and then develop the criminology skills to become Nightwing? Maybe. I don't know why Nightwing needs Neverwinter. But yeah, that's what I thought would be a good idea to master. I learned almost none of those skills. While I applaud my younger self's desire to learn new things, he had no idea how long it takes for people to master skills. He hadn't lived long enough yet. Later, I was lucky enough to study abroad in Japan, and my expectations for how much my language skills would improve were similarly unrealistic. I literally thought I'd get fluent in one semester. When I got there, though, it struck me how little my college courses had prepared me. I remember entering a grocery store for the first time and being struck by the sensation of illiteracy. The hiragana and katakana were no problem, but I couldn't read 99% of the kanji I saw. It was very humbling. It made me realize that, to an illiterate person, most of the world is encrypted and cut off to you. I could only judge things by pictures. I could not read a newspaper or a magazine article. What did not help is that almost everything important in Japan is also written in English, and in the cities, everybody spoke English really well. It wasn't the immersion environment I'd thought it'd be. I'd probably have to go out to the middle of nowhere for that. To make matters worse, I lived with students from all over the world, which was very cool, but the common tongue was English, and my college courses not directly pertaining to Japanese were also in English. My speaking skills got a little better, but I also learned something about myself. I don't really like socializing with strangers.
Stupid!
I could have practiced more, and I should have, but I didn't really want to talk to people.
Oh, no. I've been too tired lately.
I don't like talking to strangers.
See, I'm rather tuckered out at the moment.
I liked going for walks in random neighborhoods, finding little parks and shrines. I liked the scenery, the trains, the vending machines, the convenience stores. I loved the environment, but the kind of philosophical conversations I enjoyed and deep friendships required to talk about personal feelings were inaccessible to me with my low skill level. Coming back to a land designed to be inhabited by cars from a walkable pedestrian paradise was depressing. And I missed my cool international friends. After college, I let my language skills atrophy and die. I worked shitty jobs I hated. Like my family before me, I found what employment I could. But unlike them, I never really embraced my fate. A part of my mind always recognized the discrepancy between what I was doing and what I wished I could be doing. But I learned that if you don't think about your hopes and dreams enough, that spark can die out too. I guess I still learn new things. Always some task or skill required by a job. Poverty teaches you things too, like how to fix something a rich person would have just replaced, or when that doesn't work, how to live without it. Did I grow as a person? I grew older. I certainly changed. That internal process that makes people bitter, like my grandma, my aunts and uncles, I felt it happening in me too. Maybe if the process is arrested early enough, the result could be wisdom and maturity, like how wine matures, but if left too long, the flavors fade, or turns to vinegar. Years went by, a blur of hassles and chores, marked by the occasional catastrophe. But while I stayed in place, the world was moving, growing around me in the interstitial space between computers.
Welcome back, Melly.
A new art form arose that caught my interest. Let's Plays, or LPs. Like many influential parts of internet culture, they spawned from the primordial soup of the Something Awful forums. When I was younger, I used to enjoy watching my friends play video games, often more than playing them myself. So I was delighted to discover years' worth of these types of videos, each of them a guided tour through a virtual place led by a curator deeply familiar with the art on display. It combined the skill sets of talk show host, radio DJ, improv actor, tour guide, teacher, and video game player into one. I cannot overstate my admiration for the people who make these. My favorite LPs were horror games, but not the dime a dozen exaggerated reactions to jump scares type. The exact opposite. The Let's Players who explored worlds of nightmares and bloodshed with dry humor and unflappable calm. C. Jacobs was my introduction, and his YouTube channel gave me years of cozy, funny entertainment. Through an LP of Deadly Premonition, I discovered Super Great Friend, whose knowledge and love of obscure games and dry, understated humor made me an instant fan. Parallel to the birth of Let's Plays grew new types of game-related media, such as in-depth reviews, documentaries, comedy like the McElroy Brothers' Monster Factory. In addition, there was new weird fiction like Welcome to Night Vale, tabletop RPG campaigns turned into radio dramas, and of course, the video essay. At some point, I realized I no longer gave a shit about what TV and movie studios wanted me to watch because everything I was interested in was being made by passionate independent artists on YouTube. The world had changed. So could I. But I needed a nudge. Super Great Friend played a Japanese game by Mikado Software Development with no English translation called Close Your Eyes. Even with a translation, the plot's pretty weird, but I remember watching this game full of Japanese text, and it surprised me how much I had forgotten in those years. The game was indecipherable to me, and I thought, wow, I really have lost it all. What a shame. You can spend years learning and lose all of it. Through Super Great Friend's streams on Twitch, I discovered the retro and indie gamer Voxandra. She said she was learning Japanese using apps. Huh, I thought. I wonder what kind. So I asked, and she said she was using Wanikani and Anki. I made a note of it to check out some other time. I had heard that Rosetta Stone and Duolingo weren't very good, so I was skeptical. It was later, when I was watching a stream of Tim Rogers playing Pokémon Brilliant Diamond on the Action Button Twitch channel, that something happened. The game asked him to select a language, and it gave 2 options for Japanese. One, in hiragana, which I could read, meant for small children, and the other, the regular language, with kanji. Here is what he said.
I get asked questions about Japanese learning all the time. I learned Japanese 20 years ago. I can't help you. I don't know any of the apps. I will say this, though. Do not ever try to learn Japanese by engaging in hiragana. Hiragana is not your friend. You need the kanji. Kanji are stereotypically difficult to learn. Get over it. You got to learn the kanji at the same time. You're an adult. You're not. Only try to play a video game that's all in hiragana if you are literally a child. If you are literally under age 9. Do not.
It was as if he was speaking directly to me.
Get over it. You're an adult. You need the kanji. Hiragana's not your friend.
Thank you, Tim. You're right. Fortunately for me, the internet hadn't just transformed entertainment. Every hobby known to man was now on YouTube. Some of it highly produced, a lot of it just people sharing their knowledge, using nothing but their cell phone. No longer do you have to know somebody in your geographical area. I'm old enough to remember life before Wikipedia, YouTube, and Google searches. You had your library, the Encyclopedia Britannica, people you knew, and what you saw on TV. It could be difficult to get good info. Bullshit proliferated. I mean, it still does, but you can sort through it and fact-check it faster nowadays. When it came to relearning Japanese, I had a simple enough premise that there might be tools now that did not exist when I was a student that might make the task easier. That premise was correct. Like other hobbies, language learning is its own corner of YouTube. I discovered Ollie Richards' channel, which was full of useful information and fascinating interviews with other people who had devoured their target language, sometimes several. It put things into perspective for me. That, yes, it was possible to absorb language in a surprisingly short amount of time, but it takes total immersion and long days, like a full-time job. For a casual learner like myself, it made more sense to view it as a project that would take years. Ollie Richards' video about language levels helped me to understand the degrees of proficiency, and more importantly, how long each level takes to attain. The main takeaway being that each level of skill takes roughly twice as long as the previous one. So you might get the basics down in a month if you're devoting all of your time to it, and then to the next level in 2 months, and then the next level in 4 months. And these time frames are cumulative, so that's 7 months of really devoted practice. To reach C2, the actual master level, that's 63 months, or 5 1/4 years of intense practice. His videos about the United States military's Defense Language Institute provided even more insight. The people who do this training say it's way harder than college. They spend 7 hours a day, 5 days a week, plus hours of homework learning their target language. I compared this to the pitiful amount of hours per week I spent studying Japanese in college, and it came as a relief to me. No wonder I hadn't made serious progress. 3 hours a week compared to 35, plus the homework, not to mention the difference in culture between college and a military training facility. Another fascinating insight was the comparison of how many weeks soldiers had to study to learn each language. At the DLI, languages are ranked into 4 categories of increasing difficulty. In the so-called easiest category, French, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, soldiers are trained for 26 weeks. The most difficult category, Arabic, Korean, Chinese, Pashto, and Japanese, requires 64 weeks. That's 910 hours of classroom time versus 2,240 hours to achieve the same level of proficiency. That's nice to know. The first video game I ever played was Rescue in Gargamel's Castle for the ColecoVision. But what if it had been Dark Souls? I don't know if I would have stuck with video games, but if I had, I'd have been one badass 4-year-old. These videos gave me context and a way to measure my own progress, and the interviews gave me lots of techniques, like flashcards. Back in my day, flashcards were actual pieces of paper you made to quiz yourself. In the digital age, they have achieved a new form of sophistication. Not only can they contain much more information, like audio recordings of a native speaker saying a word or example sentence, but they can easily be exchanged online, so you don't even have to make your own. But the real innovation has been the integration of spaced repetition, or SRS. The basic idea is that when you're quizzing yourself with flashcards, the ones you find easy and get right are shown less frequently, because you already know them, and the ones you struggle with and get wrong are reviewed more frequently until you learn them. So the more mistakes you make, the more you will review your weak points. It's brilliant. But that's not all. You're also quizzed on older information after an interval of time has passed, ranging from days to weeks. That way, it's not just short-term memory that's being tested, but what you really retain. All of this helps to move new information to long-term memory. Back when Voxandra had told me she used Wanikani and Anki, it was exactly this type of spaced repetition flashcard app she was talking about. Anki is free. You can use it to make your own flashcards, or you can find decks online. Some are free, some cost money.
I don't know what to do for the background. It basically came down to the idea of, do I want to spend my own time to make my own lessons for free? Do I want to pay for an Anki deck that someone else made that would save me a lot of time? Or do I want an app that does all the work for me, but at a high cost? Wanikani is the latter. I purchased my lifetime subscription when it went on sale at Christmas time. It costs a lot of money. You could get the exact same info for free at the cost of convenience. My experience with Wanikani has been mostly positive. Like, I'd say I'm 90 to 95% satisfied with it. It is not an app that will teach you any Japanese grammar or speaking skills. It is only for learning kanji and vocab. But kanji is what I lacked the most. More than speaking to people or even understanding spoken Japanese, I want to be able to pick up a newspaper or an item in the grocery store and understand what it says. I've only been using it for a year, but in that time, I've learned hundreds upon hundreds more kanji than I ever learned in college. It works for me.
There aren't many things that bug me about WaniKani, but the biggest one is the lack of English synonyms. The devs did not have time to include every natural-sounding English synonym in their definitions, so I'll frequently experience a situation where they ask me what a Japanese word means, and I'll answer correctly, but the app will say I got it wrong because that synonym isn't in its dictionary. This makes me feel like I'm being punished by a stupid robot that knows more Japanese words than I do, but fewer English words than I do. Or an extremely pedantic asshole. I used to be a professional tutor, and something you never do is fucking game show buzzer somebody who is trying to learn. People aren't machines. They have emotions, and there's some behavioral conditioning going on simultaneous to the learning process. You might think making someone feel bad would make them associate those bad feelings with getting wrong answers, thus motivating them to not make mistakes. This is the flawed logic behind every mean, shitty teacher you've ever had. Making someone feel bad during learning doesn't just make them hate mistakes. It makes them hate the teacher, hate the subject matter, and even hate learning itself. One of the main reasons people end up hating school is because they associate it on a deep, visceral level with stress. So for WaniKani to dole out wrong, bad feelings for a correct answer is a crime against learning. The reason its users power through this is because they were already highly motivated self-learners. There is a feature to add your own synonyms, and you're encouraged to use it, but it only makes sense in the context of filling in something broken or incomplete, like modding a Bethesda game. Could you imagine if Merriam-Webster left blank spaces in their dictionary after every word with the instructions, fill in your own? Whatever you like, just, whatever. I accept this irritation for two reasons. One is the sunk cost fallacy. I paid money for this app, so I'm going to extract every bit of utility from it that I can. The other is self-inflicted punishment for my sins. After all, I didn't put in enough work the first time I learned Japanese, and I was so lazy that I wanted an app that did all the work for me, so I suppose I deserve this. I could make an entire separate video where I nitpick every little detail of WaniKani, and maybe a couple of years from now when I've completed it, I will. But mainly, I am glad I started using it. If it had existed when I was in college, I'd be literate in Japanese by now. When I started college, there wasn't even YouTube yet. Now, YouTube is absolutely filled with native speakers of foreign languages giving you tips, tutorials, and explanations of everything from grammar to slang for free. My premise that there might exist stuff now that didn't exist then that makes learning way easier turned out to be extremely true. If anything, people nowadays have the opposite problem I had when I was younger. There is now too much to choose from instead of not enough. But that's a good thing. There's always more to find, more to explore, and it's easy to get. If the algorithm learns that you're trying to learn something, it will funnel more videos your way than you have time to watch them. However, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge an obstacle to learning that has slowly grown in size and scope: the degradation of search results. Long ago, it used to be that search engines would direct you to honest results of whatever you typed, but over the past several years, this has been increasingly hijacked to steer you toward advertisements. As if it were not bad enough that we were being misled, the enthusiasm for so-called AI by the major tech companies has resulted in two new problems. One, search results that are just regurgitated plagiarism scraped from God knows where. And two, search results that are just completely fucking false. The so-called AIs are designed to produce realistic-looking human writing, not to tell the truth. So they just make shit up. Earlier, I said that instead of too little information, we now have too much. Now, there is a new problem. A profusion of unreliable information drowning out the good. We are steadily approaching a reality where finding good information will be like trying to find gold dust in a Sahara desert of pyrite. That's why I recommend YouTube for learning. Find a human being to learn from, not a large language model spitting out knowledge. So what have I learned about skill?
Done.
Skills work like The Sims, Grand Theft Auto, and The Elder Scrolls, where repetitions of the action are the mechanism of improvement. But unlike a video game, the quality of the repetitions are very important. This is called deliberate practice. It's when you are intentionally trying to work on specific skills or learning something new, quite different from mindless repetition. I wouldn't say that mindless repetition is completely useless, though. It might be useful for maintaining a skill, like muscle memory. But if you're trying to improve, you've got to focus, analyze your mistakes, and try to correct them. But what if I told you that experience points exist too?
Just gonna stretch my legs.
How could that be? They're called minutes from your lifespan. This is the currency that you trade for your skills, the sand at the top of your hourglass. You can measure it in years, you can measure it in hours, but I say minutes because even if you only spend 30 minutes a day learning a skill, you'd make progress. Even 10 minutes of daily practice would have a result. It wouldn't be huge, but it's better than nothing.
I finished.
And consider this. Doing nothing still depletes the hourglass. Might as well spend some of your minutes learning something. A fact of life that most video games fail to simulate is that skills decay when not used. Players hate...
Good God, man! You almost got the cheese touch. The what?
When number goes down. So a conceit we accept in our role-playing games is that we're going to stay good at something forever. Number goes up, never down. But number is going down all the time. Slowly. The only way to prevent this is with a small investment of your minutes to practice. I've learned
So Mark Zuckerberg says he's bringing back free speech to Instagram and replacing fact checks with community notes. I gotta start wearing a chain, man. All the cool people are wearing chains now. I got this. This is on the floor. I gotta get all the dust off of it. So, do I look cooler now? All right. Anyway, so let's go ahead. Let's watch it. So basically, this guy right now, he is in a situation where, you know, things are changing a lot.
Hey everyone. I want to talk about something important today because it's time to get back to our roots around free expression on Facebook and Instagram. I started building social media to give people a voice.
Yeah.
I gave a speech at Georgetown 5 years ago about the importance of protecting free expression, and I still believe this today. But a lot has happened over the last several years. There's been widespread debate about potential harms from online content. Governments and legacy media have pushed to censor more and more. A lot of this is clear.
It's not like it's you. You were censoring shit like crazy. Like, what do you mean?
Hey, bro, would you like to be an animator for Sonic vs. Toon Link? What do you mean? Is it paid? Is it a collab? Is it for your channel? Is it for my channel? A little more context.
You were doing it. Shut up. Shut up. Just be like, yeah, we did this. It's my bad. I shouldn't have done it, but we did it. Shut up.
Really political. But there's also a lot of legitimately bad stuff out there. Drugs, terrorism, child exploitation. These are things that we take very seriously, and I want to make sure that we handle responsibly.
I feel like the idea of banning terrorism, I think that's too broad of an idea. I do. Like, so are you going to ban everybody who's like posting positively about like Luigi? Are you going to ban like 9/11 memes, etc.? Like, I don't know.
So we built a lot of complex systems to moderate content. But the problem with complex systems is they make mistakes. Even if they accidentally censor just 1% of posts, that's millions of people. And we've reached
a little fucking humble brag. Oh, only 1% of our people are of our users are millions. Yeah, for sure, man. And so, yeah, I think he's right about this, like about how it definitely damaged a lot of their rep and it was bad for them. But at the same time, like, I just feel like to say that it was like moderation, like people were getting banned off of platforms for just like questioning the COVID narrative. Like even doctors were. So like, I'm not really, the only thing I don't like about Mark saying this is that he's approaching it from a passive perspective, as if this is something that happened to him. This was something you did. You did this. Take accountability for you doing it. Be like, yeah, we did this. We shouldn't have done it. My bad. But now we're going to try to make things right.
a point where it's just too many mistakes and too much censorship.
True.
The recent
True.
elections
Right.
also feel like a cultural tipping point towards once again prioritizing speech.
He's right. He's right. Yep, 100%.
So we're going to get back to our roots and focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our policies, and restoring free expression on our platforms. More specifically, here's what we're going to do. First, we're going to get rid of fact checkers and replace.
Thank fucking God. Fact checkers. Holy fuck. See, yeah, get the fact. Oh yeah, this is a fact. Why is it? Because, well, the resources that we use are accurate. That's it. I got Facebook jailed for sharing a Rolling Stones article about Keanu Reeves. Make that make sense. It's probably just a mistake. I mean, mistakes happen, right?
Replace them with community notes, similar to X, starting in the US. After Trump first got elected in 2016, the legacy media wrote nonstop about how misinformation was a threat to democracy.
It was. They were the ones spreading a lot of the misinformation. Yeah, they're right. That's true. Great point.
We tried in good faith to address those concerns without becoming the arbiters of truth.
Lies. You tried to become the arbiter of truth. Undoubtedly. Look. Every YouTube apology video, you don't have a ukulele, you're not sitting behind your bed, you're not crying, you didn't start the video out like with, this is the hardest video I've ever had to make. Like, the video title isn't, I'm sorry. Like, you need to, like, this guy, what the fuck are you, there's no dog. Like, what is this? What is this? Come on, man.
But the fact checkers have just been too politically biased and have destroyed more trust than they've created, especially.
He's right about that.
Especially in the US.
Absolutely. Hey, that he's right. Absolutely. 100%.
So over the next couple of months, we're going to phase in a more comprehensive community.
Yeah, when Mark Zuckerberg says we're sorry, what he means is that there's a amalgamation of lizards and extraterrestrial, otherworldly, eldritch beings that occupy his body space simultaneously.
Long time.
He's apologizing on behalf of that group.
How was your stream? How you been?
Facebook.
vote system. Second, we're going to simplify our content policies and get rid of a bunch of
What's going on, dude? I'm just watching YouTube videos and animating.
restrictions on topics like immigration and gender that are just out of touch with mainstream discourse.
Absolutely. W change, 100%. This should have never been like this. You were totally wrong for doing it in the first place. Thank God you're changing it. Massive fucking W. Huge fucking W.
What started as a movement to be more inclusive has increasingly been used to shut down opinions and shut out people with different ideas.
That's right.
And it's gone too far.
You are completely right. Absolutely 100%.
So I want to make sure that people
Stream is hella laggy for me. Not sure what I'm saying. Oh, really? It could be laggy. Is it laggy for anyone else? I appreciate it. Let me have a look. Not in YouTube. I'll lower my bitrate a bit. Don't know if that's any better. Is that any better, Blackie? Could be like my computer lag. I don't know. You say YouTube's fine? I feel like I need to replace this.
We're changing how we enforce our policies to reduce the mistakes that account for the vast majority of censorship on our platforms. We used to have filters.
Yeah, it's like an algorithmic filter. It's the same thing as a lot of games have. And like YouTube has this too.
That scanned for any policy violation.
Yeah.
Now we're going to focus those filters on tackling illegal and high severity violations. And for lower severity violations...
Well, this is smart, right? I mean, like every single time that somebody gets banned for saying COVID is fake, this is a point of time where moderation time has been, like, unless the amount of child sexual abuse material on the website is 0, every ban that's done for a person saying that COVID is fake or gender is binary is actively taking resources away from reducing, like, legitimate, like, let's say death threats or child sexual abuse or something like that. Like there's a direct comparison here. It's non-binary. Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying, right? Is like this is it's a zero-sum environment.
We're going to rely on someone reporting an issue before we take action. The problem is that the filters make mistakes, and they take down a lot of content that they shouldn't. So by dialing them back, we're going to dramatically reduce the amount of censorship on our platforms. We're also going to tune our content filters to require much higher confidence before taking down content.
That's good.
The reality is that this is a trade-off. It means we're going to catch less bad stuff, but we'll also reduce the number of innocent people's posts and accounts that we accidentally take down.
I appreciate the honesty there, and I'm surprised that he would say this. This is actually probably the most, this is the best thing that he's said so far, is that he just straight up said, yeah, we're going to have more bad content on the platform. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. And it's going to happen for fucking sure. Absolutely.
Fourth,
deal with
we're
it.
bringing back civic content. For a while, the community asked to see less politics because it was making people stressed. So we stopped recommending these posts. But it feels like we're in a new era now. And we're starting to get feedback that
people never wanted less politics. They wanted less of politics that they disagreed with.
Want to see this content again. So we're going to start phasing this back into Facebook, Instagram, and Threads while working to keep the communities friendly and positive. Fifth, we're going to move our trust and safety and content moderation teams out of California.
Where could they possibly be going?
Austin, Texas. 100%.
No way they're going to Texas.
And our US-based content review is going to be based in Texas.
Called it.
Oh my god. Man, what a good call. Holy shit. Texas the GOAT? I guess so, man. Holy fucking shit. We are so back. Oh, it is. Texas is going to go blue. There's actually been cases of that might happen at some point, maybe in like 30 years. Isn't Austin the third gayest city in the U.S., though? No, it's whatever city you're in. I don't know.
As we work to promote free expression, I think that it will help us build trust to do this work in places where there is less concern about the bias of our teams.
True. What he's saying is California is full of a bunch of commies, and we're going to take it over to Texas because they're based, and they know what the Constitution really is. That's what he's trying to say. He can't say that, but that's what he's trying to say.
Finally, we're going to work with President Trump to push back on governments around the world.
And do you want to know the real reason why he's probably doing this? It's because Governor Abbott, like Greg Abbott, it's the guy that's in charge of Texas now, has put in a tremendous amount of work and effort to attract tech companies from California to come to Texas. So what he's really saying is that we're going to have to pay less money. This is going to be cheaper for us.
They're
Let's
going
be
after
honest.
American companies and pushing to censor more.
There's a lot of reasons
The
why
U.S.
it's
has
happening.
the strongest constitutional protections for free expression in the world. Europe has an ever-increasing number of laws institutionalizing censorship and making it difficult to build anything innovative there.
Yeah.
Latin American countries
All right,
have
let me listen to that again.
for free expression in the world. Europe has an ever-increasing number of laws institutionalizing censorship and making it difficult to build anything innovative there.
That's right. That's right. Yep. That's right. Y'all need to wake the fuck up over there. Yep. That's right. Y'all. Well, how y'all let this happen? How you guys let this happen? They're running rules around you. They're telling you you can't talk about people going to jail for tweets. What do y'all do? How y'all let that happen over there? Y'all crazy? Quit being in Norway. Okay, well there we go. We start there. Yep, there. That's smart. So this guy just put all of Europe on notice. I like it.
Latin American countries have secret courts that can order companies to quietly take things down.
This is what happened with Twitter, I believe. It was either Twitter or some other website recently with, I think it was Brazil, because there's some guy, maybe Argentina, I forgot which one. There's some asshole guy with a big mustache. I think his name's Maduro. People don't like him. Yeah.
China has censored our apps from even working in the country.
Maybe I got confused.
The only way that we can push back on this global trend is with the support of the U.S. government. And that's why it's been so difficult over the past...
I actually completely support Mark with this.
Have you experimented with shaders for Minecraft backgrounds?
And I think the United States government does have to put in...
For videos?
Like,
shaders? Yeah, well, I mean, I'm using a specific texture pack, and there are shaders, but it's just when I go into the nether, I just want to make it more extreme, if that makes sense. So that's probably what I'm trying to do. To make it a little bit more.
I view, like, if we're not creating...
But I also, just have to kind of remember what I did. So I'm just sort of, looking at... So this is like an effect that I put on it. So I can copy that layer style. It's just normal. The fill is 0. You can pretty much duplicate that, hit paste, and then take off the fill. That gives it more of a glow there, which is cool. We're getting there. I probably shouldn't have done any effects to these two yet. I need to just compare. This one's got color dodge 15. What does it actually do? Okay, color dodge. Color dodge. Just does a little bit there. And then this one is lighter color 50. So this is the before and after. Before, after. Looks okay. I was liking what I was doing with this. Like, that looks nice. That looks a little fake, but what have I done here that's different? We'll see how it looks when I'm done.
The narrative, somebody else is. It's not like you can not create a narrative at all. So I would rather the United States, because this is the country that I live in, and it's what I think it's the best country in the world. That's just the way it is. And I'd rather us be creating the narrative. And I don't want to have these countries. And this
It's
is
a little
another
bit
big
too
thing.
much.
I'm actually going to make a video about this. I was going to record this yesterday, but I'm a piece of shit, so I didn't. But I'm going to talk about
Maybe
how,
that's
so
better.
you know how Marvel Rivals has a lot of censorship in the text filters and everything? I think that we're entering into a period where we're going to have a lot of soft censorship and a lot of soft suppression of speech that's created by using international products that are pushed towards an Americanized audience. And I'm really afraid that people are going to accept it and effectively accept totalitarian speech regulation. I'm really afraid of that. Nobody cares? No, see, like, you don't care until it matters. Like, it's something that doesn't matter at all until it means everything.
Last 4 years, when even the US government has pushed for censorship. By going after us and other American companies, it has emboldened other governments to go even further. But now we have the opportunity to restore free expression, and I am excited to take it. It'll take time to get this right, and these are complex systems. They're never going to be perfect. There's also a lot of illegal stuff that we still need to work very hard to remove. But the bottom line is that after years of having our content moderation work focus primarily on removing content, it is time to focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our systems, and getting back to our roots about giving people a voice. I'm looking forward to this next chapter. Stay good out there, and more to come soon.
So, Alex Jones asked the prescient question, what do you think Zuckerberg is really up to?
Zuckerberg.
Great question, Alex. Let's talk about it.
I want to talk about
the reason why this is happening is because Mark is afraid of these international companies, or sorry, his company that is an international company being beholden to regulations from 30 different entities that all have different speech regulations that are trying to control him, summon him to court, sue him, fine his company, and cause a bunch of problems. So what he's doing here is he's trying to leverage this alignment with freedom of speech with like Trump's alignment with freedom of speech. So hopefully Trump's influence can prevent these countries from actively trying to suppress the growth of his website. That's what I think he's trying to do. Now, this is a smart thing that Mark is doing. And the truth is that there's a convergence of goals here and alignment that it's actually in our best interest that he does this. But it's also important to keep in mind that it's not necessarily a change in heart. It's a change in balance sheets. And it's a change in viewership, user base numbers, and shareholder value. That's what's really scary, right? That's what's scary for them, not speech. And that's where I'm at. So it's not, yeah, exactly. This isn't like he's had a change of heart. It's all about money. It is. It's a business decision. And I'm going to tell you again, do you want to know what I think Mark Zuckerberg really thinks? I'm going to show you what Mark Zuckerberg really thinks about the people that use Facebook and a lot of the people on the internet. So Mark Zuckerberg, whenever people asked him why they signed up for Facebook, he said people just submitted their information. I don't know why. They quote, "Trust me, dumb fucks." See, I actually think Mark Zuckerberg is kind of like a relatively normal guy. I bet if you talk to this guy, he could have a conversation about the Roman Empire. He could easily talk about, like how, let's say the Treaty of Versailles led to the rise of Hitler. He could talk about, like what, different video. Yeah, he's not stupid. This guy's not a fucking moron, right? And anyway, yeah, the lizard is full of salt. Yeah, Carthage, greater than Rome. Sure. But like my point is, like you said, corporation don't believe. Yeah, but that's the real Mark Zuckerberg. So I think that he never cared about the moderation. He only did the moderation back then. Why do you think he went to Congress 4 years ago asking them to help him censor the internet? Because he thought that's where the wind was blowing. Mark Zuckerberg is an extremely intelligent, extremely opportunistic, very business-minded person. This is not a stupid person, but he is, above all things, a survivor. So when the tides were blowing towards censorship, that's where his sails were pointed. Now they're pointed towards freedom of speech, and the boat's turning around. That's the way it is. And whether you think this is a good thing or not, or whatever, he's opportunistic. He is, right? The fact is that it's in what I believe to be my best interest what he's doing. So I'm happy that he's doing this. I recognize that it is not necessarily for some sort of ideological reason, which I would hope it would be for, but ultimately I agree with the goal. So that's it. You have to be opportunistic in business. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm not saying he's a bad person. I think he's totally fine. I don't hate Mark Zuckerberg. All I'm trying to say is that the reason that he's doing this is not ideologically driven. It is driven by a concern of survivorship. That is what it is. It's what it was 4 years ago. It's what it is now. None of these companies actually care. I don't think any of the people that are running any of these social media companies, whether it be Twitch, whether it be YouTube, whether it be Twitter or Facebook or Instagram, none of them really care about censorship at all. They don't want to deal with it. Because if you look at it abstractly, what is censorship for a social media company? It's work. They don't want to have extra work. So if they could just let people post whatever the fuck they wanted, they would do that. So the only reason why they don't do that is that they're worried about losing either advertisers or getting fined money. That's it. And so he also had he not gone along with the censorship bullshit, he was going to get sued into oblivion in Europe and parts of the US. Exactly. And that's why he's trying to ask Trump to help him. Because now Trump can potentially prevent him from getting sued or stop bad things from happening to his company if he aligns his values with Trump's values. This is a very good decision by Mark, and it coincidentally helps everybody else. So yeah, that's the way that I see it. What do you guys think? Do you think Elon does or the same as Mark? I think everybody is opportunistic to an extent, but you'd have to look at each individual circumstance. So yeah. Facebook is also at saturation rate, and he needs to help break the stagnation. Yeah, that's also a really good point. I feel my teeth grating as I thumbs this up. Hey, There are always going to be cases where you find yourself aligned with people that you don't normally agree with in order to achieve a common goal. That is something that's called being an adult. That's called being a normal person. And that's also called winning. You're never going to win if you impose endless purity tests on people to constantly test them to make sure that you align with them 100% rather than only 98%. That's the truth. A total fucker. Yeah. Yeah, that's a W take. Most people would agree, but keep in mind it's kind of funny when Elon buys X and all the people hate him, but somehow I feel like this video will get a warm reception. Well, of course it will. Yeah, people just don't like Elon Musk for a lot of other reasons, too. He's literally calling out Californians as biased lefties. Yeah, exactly. You can hate Elon as much as you want, but without him, this wouldn't have happened. That's true. That's exactly true. I think if Elon Musk never bought Twitter, none of this would have happened. This actually, I think it actually was the domino. It was the domino that started all of this. Meta's chief policy man? Really? Let me see if I can find this. Fox News interview Meta.
We're eliminating the third-party fact-checking system.
This is from today.
Well-intentioned at the outset, but there's just been too much political bias in what they choose to fact-check and how, so we're just scrapping it entirely.
What do you mean? You mean you?
The fact-checkers.
You set up your, but they're yours.
Well, they're,
right?
so
absolutely based question. What do you mean they're your guys?
the idea was they're independent fact checkers, but they've just been too biased. And so what we're going to do instead is adopt a system like X has of community notes. So we're just going to rely on our own community of users to provide people more information.
And
about
another reason why this is happening is because it's probably a lot cheaper to have community notes than have fact checkers. So, like, with all of these policy changes that they're making, there's a converging business advantage to doing it as well.
they're seeing. There's no question that the things that happen at Meta are coming from Mark, but there's also no question that there has been a change over the last 4 years. We saw a lot of societal and political pressure all in the direction of more content moderation, more censorship.
He's right.
And we've got a real opportunity now. We've got a new administration and a new president coming in who are big defenders of free expression, and that makes a difference.
You don't know about that. But, like, you know, right. I mean, and it also, I think it's telling that they did this interview on Fox, too. So this is the actual interview. It happened, I guess, maybe a few hours ago. Let's watch it.
All right, buckle up. We got a Fox News alert moments ago. Meta, the parent company of
It's an
Facebook
alert.
and Instagram, announcing they are changing their policies to focus on free speech. CEO Mark Zuckerberg saying this.
We're going to get back to our roots and focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our policies, and restoring free expression on our platforms.
Maybe he says back
More
to his
specifically,
roots.
We're going to get rid of fact checkers and replace them with community notes, similar to X, starting in the US.
Wow, this is a big deal. Changes include ending its third-party fact-checking program and lifting restrictions on topics such as immigration and gender identity.
Wow, is there anything
Huge W. Every single one of these changes is a huge positive. Absolutely self-serving, totally for a business reason, but in my best interest as well, so I'll take a W.
more important to talk about? Also, until now, Meta
They have
used
limits on
automated
that?
systems
Yeah.
to scan for violations.
For a
but
long
found-
time, you couldn't even question any type of transgender stuff at all. You couldn't. And the problem is that a lot of people don't believe in it. Like, I don't really care, personally. It's not really a big issue for me. I just try to be respectful of people regardless of, like, what they say they are. So it's not a big problem for me. But for many other people, they really don't like it. Don't you think these policies will open a dangerous door for AI fake content? No.
And they resulted in too much censorship.
Not a door that's
from
already
now
been
on, they'll
opened.
focus on
Yeah.
tackling illegal and severe violations like terrorism, fraud, to name a few.
And joining us right now to name one, Fox and Friends
This is the
exclusive
guy.
Meta's Chief Global Affairs Officer, Joel
He's
Kaplan.
looking pretty fire.
Joel, welcome.
Thanks,
Thank
Steve.
you,
Great
Joel.
to be here on the couch on Fox and Friends.
It's great to
Glad
have
you're
you.
here.
Okay, so you were announcing these big changes as of 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
If you're making big changes, does that mean you were doing something wrong before?
Look, this is a great opportunity for us to reset the balance in favor of free
Yes.
expression. as Mark says in that video, well,
Yes, we were doing something wrong before, and we're going to stop doing it because we're worried that it's going to make us less money. Great question.
we're doing today is we're getting back to our roots and free expression. There's a number of changes we're
For sure.
making, but if I could, and just highlight three.
Yep.
First is, as you heard, we're eliminating the third-party fact-checking system.
That's money.
Well-intentioned at the outset, but there's just been too much political bias
right.
in what they choose to fact-check
they're
and
from
how,
California.
so we're just scrapping
When
it
you said
entirely.
they, what do you mean? You mean you?
The fact-checkers.
You set up your...
I really appreciate, like, I think Fox News is just as bullshit as the most liberal person in this chat, okay? But I really got to say that I appreciate them asking these questions. What do you mean they? What do you mean those people? You mean you people? Yeah, but, right? Yeah.
15.
But they're yours.
Well, they're
right?
so the idea was they're independent
well,
fact checkers, but they've just been too biased. And so what we're going to do instead is adopt a system like X has of community notes. So we're just going to rely on our own community of users to provide people more information about what they're seeing, and we think that's going to work.
So
great.
give us an example. If we said, if the headline is Donald Trump won the presidency, then anyone in the community can write notes underneath it?
Yeah, great question.
No, that's not how it works. Like, what do you have a computer?
And so somebody can write a note, and then the way it works is different
Other people
different
review
people on
and
the
agree on
platform can sort of vote on that note.
Yeah,
And if
exactly.
you get people who usually disagree, who all say, "Yeah, that sounds right," then that note gets put on the post, and people see it. X has been doing it for a while.
This is
we think
actually-
it's working really well, and we're going to adopt that.
Yeah, because it does work really well. And I think that type of an algorithmic decision making is a very good one. Basically, if people that are super liberal and people that are super conservative agree that sharks are dangerous, then maybe sharks are in fact dangerous. That's it. Yeah, copying X. Yeah, because they're the ones that are. I feel like they're the ones that are the most cutting edge. There's a reason why Biden announced that he was resigning from the presidency on Twitter and not Facebook.
System.
So, and what are the other ones? I know you want to go.
Yeah, thank you. So the second one is about the rules that govern content on our platform. They've just become too restrictive over time about what people can say, including about those kind of sensitive topics that you mentioned that people want to discuss and debate: immigration, trans issues, gender.
He just
we
says
want to
it.
make it so that, bottom line, if you can say it on TV, you can say it on the floor of Congress, you certainly ought to be able to say it on Facebook and Instagram.
They're eating the cats and dogs.
Fear of censorship, so we're changing those rules. And then the last thing, if I could, we're also going to change how we enforce the rules. And we're going to make it so that there's way less over-enforcement and way fewer mistakes that actually make up the vast majority of censorship that people experience on our platforms. So big changes, all in service of getting us back to our values of free expression.
So, Joe,
our
I guess the
founding
big question is where are the changes coming from? Because, I mean, it's hard not to notice there's been a change in Mark Zuckerberg. You've seen him as,
He's
respectfully, the nerdy kid, change over to the jujitsu. He's put on some lean muscle.
He's so right. He's so fucking right. Absolutely. 100%.
So his viewpoints have changed. His posting content when he does speak, he's taking a meeting with Trump, taking a different stance.
The reason why it happened is that somebody in chat said it. He stopped taking estrogen and he started taking testosterone, and so now he cares about jujitsu, freedom of speech, and exercise. So yeah, that's the reason why.
On certain things. Are these changes coming from him or from what the public is saying?
There's no question that the things that happen at Meta are coming from Mark. But there's also no question that there has been a change over the last 4 years. We saw a lot of societal and political pressure all in the direction of more content moderation, more censorship. And we've got to realize.
I think this guy needs a raise. He's an S-tier bullshitter. He is. This guy's really good. I can tell when somebody's a bullshitter because I don't know why, but this guy's really good at doing it. That's his job. Yeah, this guy needs a bonus for this.
Opportunity now. We've got a new administration and a new president coming in who are big defenders of free expression.
Yeah.
And that makes a difference. One of the things we've experienced is that when you have a U.S. president and administration that's pushing for censorship, it just makes it open season for other governments around the world that don't even have the protections of the First Amendment to really put pressure on U.S. companies. We're going to work with President Trump to push back on that kind of thing around the world.
So, Joel, why now? I know you said it's a change, but did you feel restricted over the last 4 years? And this is the first time it's in your business interest to express.
It's in your, thank you.
Quest for freedom?
Well, there's no question that there's an opportunity here with a new president taking office, as I said, who really believes in free expression. And that's just going to give us...
this guy, as I said, this dude needs a raise. Professional level bullshit. Absolutely.
It's the space to get back to those values that Mark has talked about for a long... Mark gave a big speech 6 years ago at Georgetown about free expression, about these values. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of political and societal pressure here and around the world that have pushed away from those values. We've got a real opportunity to reset, get back to them, and really provide a space for free expression.
How was the Biden administration putting pressure on you specifically? Were they calling where they didn't like a post?
He's not going to say that.
What did they say? Take it down?
Yeah, so Mark talked about this in a letter he sent to the House Judiciary Committee a few months ago. That sort of outlined the way in which we got a lot of pressure around COVID in particular to take down more content, even things like...
COVID was that was the straw that broke the camel's back. Yep.
Humor and satire about the pandemic,
no
about
jokes.
Vaccines.
It's not funny.
We did experience that kind of pressure. The decisions we made ultimately were our own, but there's a real opportunity here with President Trump coming into office with his commitment to free expression for us to get back to those values and really provide space for people to have the kind of discourse and debate they want to have.
Would you do what X did, and that is unleash independent journalists like Matt Taibbi and Bari Weiss and Michael Schellenberg onto forensically go through what you guys are actually repressing, shielding, shadow banning over the last few years? Wouldn't that be part of this cleansing process?
So we've had an opportunity to do a lot of that with the House Judiciary Committee and Chairman Jordan over the last few months and years, and he put out a really thorough report on the experience that we and other companies have had. Honestly, we're pretty focused on...
I think that it would be good for the trust of the public for them to release the amount of ways and the types of ways that the government put pressure on them to censor things. Because, like, for me, I'm talking, like, this is my personal opinion, right? For me, it would dramatically change the way that I would view their censorship if you shifted from, instead of they were censoring, that they had the White House that was, like, putting their thumb on them to do it. Because I wouldn't really blame them if the government was pressuring them to censor. Because the government's the fucking government, and they're probably afraid of the government. Like, straight up, like the White House, it's still censorship. Yeah, but it's censorship with a gun to your head. I mean, of course it's reasonable. Of course they're going to do that. So capitalism should be regulated? Capitalism is regulated. Are you retarded? It is. That's why that's what regulations are. That's what laws are. Anyway, so what's this chain? I thought I would wear it because Mark Zuckerberg was wearing a chain, and I was going to wear it for like a little while and see if it increased my aura or not, or if I felt cooler wearing it. If I wanted to, like, I was thinking maybe if I wear the chain for an hour, I'll learn jujitsu.
The future and the opportunity we have right now with the changes we're making today to really open up the space for debate and expression.
Is the idea to get out of politics totally and focus on just the enterprise of the free market, people debating things, or is it for Mark Zuckerberg to become like an Elon Musk and be influential as well, work with the next administration?
Yo,
Well,
Kimmy.
Mark's always going to be Mark Zuckerberg.
Always both.
But I think there is a real opportunity.
How's it
to work
going?
with the new administration, both on free expression, but also on American leadership.
Quick question: is my stream lagging? I got told before on Twitch it was streaming. It was lagging a little bit. Hello. No lag on my end. Excellent. Excellent. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? And welcome, Raiders. Maybe put on some music. Top relaxing house tracks 2025. Stream was great. Just staying busy. How you doing? I'm doing good. Doing good. Just I finished a little short that I can show you guys if you like. It's really stupid, but it's kind of funny. But it is what it is. We ready? Here it is. Enjoy. It's called the Cheese Touch. Oh, probably need some sound. And I also need to put a head on this on the character. Oh well.
Stop! Good God, man! You almost got the cheese touch. The what?
That's it.
Stop! Good God, man! You almost got the cheese touch. The what?
So yeah, made that today. Now I'm focusing on an actual cartoon. I don't like the flashing lights of this. Oh, it doesn't stop. Yikes. Exotic background music based on exotic jazz. Sounds alright. I remember binging your Minecraft series last year. I felt left behind, but I'm all caught up. Sorry for a lot of potential typos. I've had too much vodka tonight. No, I understand. It's all good. What would happen if you got the cheese touch? I don't know. It's just a stupid little short. But yeah, so I'm just working. Just working. What were you drinking your vodka with? And don't say straight. Ugh. Choose not to answer the question. straight, wasn't it? Straight vodka.
What is wrong with you?
Straight for the last hour? Oh, Jesus. I feel sorry for you tomorrow. I feel sorry for future Kimmy. Hey BMC, what's up? I'm drawing this angle wrong. Probably putting too much foreshortening on it too. Anywho, I gotta go to bed now. It's almost 5 a.m. But I love your work, mate. Please never ever stop working your magic. Aw. Alright, well, sweet dreams. Drink some water. It'll help with the headache tomorrow, which is inevitable. The Shadow Animation Council. Thank you. Get some rest. Thanks for the raid. You've been drinking a lot of water. Good, good, good. Take care. Bye-bye. Don't know if I love this art yet. They're sort of like attempting to clean up, if that makes sense. But not sure if it's working for me. The pose should be a little bit more aggressive. It's like, oh, whoa. Huh? Twitch or YouTube? Both. Babysitting my brothers is draining my energy, but I'm still standing. Oh, it's my stepdad. Hang on.
Boom Boom Man behind you! Run for your lives! Run for your lives, son! Ah, run, son! It's the Boom Boom Man!
Sorry about that. My mum and stepdad are coming over tonight. Don't know what fucking expression I'm drawing here. The expression's gonna be small but still important, you know what I mean? Like I'm not sure if I'm happy with the hair. Don't know what I'm doing. I need my reference. I need a reference image. What do you want? Scene part 2. PC419. What's up, brother? Long time no see. How's everything going? It's been more than a while. I think I've had 3 kids since we've seen each other. What's going on in your world, mate? Yeah, I haven't been too bad. I've been kind of, I've just taken up streaming again. I want to go full-time streaming. So working on that. Oh yeah, day 3 in a row. Which is pretty good. I've just pretty much been AWOL since having kids, but now the twins are 2. And so they're starting to get a little bit more manageable. But I had to take some time off to learn how to be a dad, and obviously when they're little, they're very, very demanding. And you just can't rely on a normal sleep schedule. But they're all in daycare now. I'm working full time again, which is nice, full-time hours at least. And wait till they get older. Well, yeah, I think I'm at the it's better stage at the moment, but I know I could. I've been warned a million times about the teenage years. At least I've had a stepdaughter and a stepson. They're going through it now. I think the blessed years is when they turn 20, 30. When they actually turn into friends and not burdens. I mean that with love. Yeah. Hey. It's quiet.
Yeah, so you're not gonna strike me.
Love you. Did Chris call you? Oh, give them a call. I think they're coming over tonight. Yeah, well, they're just talking about dinner and barbecue or spaghetti or. Give him and mum a call. Love you. Better be a good song, Nervous Bat. I swear to God, you distracted me, man. Geo Exy. Oh, yeah, she's checking in on me. I feel much better about this hair now. Debating on making Briny AI. Still have to add knowledge to how everyone meets on Steve. But man, he came out pretty good so far. You... what? You made a Steve AI? Gotta go, mate. Leave it lurking. Good to see you back streaming. Yeah, good to see you too, man. Take care. Yeah, where you can chat with him and he responds as Steven or close. You can chat with him via Discord. He's still got quirks I've got to mess with, but he's so silly and good so far. No, you can't generate animation. Not to the satisfaction of what I want, anyway. Not yet. I will settle for AI being able to do my in-betweens before I just go and get them to do my art for me. It's kind of like, it's frustrating for me because I've written episode 1 and 2 of Epic Mind Quest Season 2, and this is episode 1. To me, I've been working on it for so long, it's like it's boring to me, and I just want it, like, because episode 2 is really interesting. Just wish I could work on it. And also probably because his backstory is like the Nether. It's like, I feel like I've been animating the Nether for fucking like years. Which I have. I only use AI for doing silly writing of characters to see how they react to certain situations, but that's about it. Got to make it so Bryony can roleplay as his mobs. But the thing about his past is what's going to be tricky because I don't know anything about it or how he meets anyone. Steven is easy since he's just spawned in and he has everything on how he meets and befriends everyone. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Well, that's what this is all about, right? And there is I can tell you a little bit of spoiler, but it's not really. It's pretty obvious. But Bryony is not dissimilar to Steve in a sense, as he also spawns in. But he doesn't. He's kind of basically the story behind it is he isn't as lucky as Steve. It was right from the get-go. He's spawned onto an island that catches fire, and because of the fire from the sheep, he has nowhere but to retreat into a dark cave, and then in the dark cave he's met with the nether portal. And so he's really got he's got no option but to go through the nether portal, and that's where he finds his life. And how does he survive the nether? What happens to him? Well, we already know for a fact he gets caught and taken to Gubba as a slave. So that's as much as I'll say, because that's where episode 2, like I said, we've kind of all known this. I just kind of had to play it out in the first episode and try to make it interesting at the same time so it's watchable. But for fans, you can almost put 2 and 2 together in that regard. And so that's everything I've animated right up to him walking through the portal, which is what I'm doing now. I have... That won't be... How he meets Enderbra right now won't be in Epic Mind Quest. Well, I won't say it won't be in Season 2, but it won't be... Pretty much you just find out who Herobrine is and how he became who he is. But you don't go into how he meets Enderbra and Bones and Zom. That is more about him, his life after he exits the Nether, if that makes sense. So the backstory will only cover his upbringing in the Nether and his coming of maturity, basic maturity. So from boy to early 20s or late teens, I'll say. So in that regard, that's as much as you'll see in Season 2, because it's practical for the story. That's why, like, it's kind of annoying, and I get what, like, a lot of people are saying. It's like, seeing Herobrine all timid and scared, it's like, man, when does he become a badass? How does he become that badass? And that's what happens mostly in episode 2. It's about, we gotta go through the timid baby Bryony first. Because I really wanted to bridge the gap between his scars and his emotional scars. Like, all of his actual scars are emotional scars to him. And so he's constantly reminded of the upbringing that he has. And also how he gets his name. So that's going to be fun. I think I can't remember. I think it's episode 1. You find out how he gets his name at least. Because he's just a boy. He's a little boy that's spawned. And unlike Steve, this little boy, he's not really like Steve. He's a glitch. He's a glitch character, so... You know, is he even meant to be in the game? So he's pretty much born an outcast right from the get-go. So the point of the first episode is for you to start to actually feel for him. I want you to feel sorry for him. It starts to tell about his relationship with swords. His first weapon is a sword, unlike Steve. His is a shovel. Later being a pickaxe, but... He's a miner, whereas Herobrine's more of a fighter. I yearn for the mines. There is one problem up here. See this? To get to... I was having a lot of trouble using the ender portals to get the locations between different things. And so I had to make a second ender portal. It was originally going to spawn up here, but it was too high. So actually probably I'll edit this. Gotta edit this ender portal out. And I also want to add a little bit more oh, there's probably a couple of things I could do. Sam, how many episodes in season 2? I hope there to be 10. Like in season 1. I want to aim to do 10 episodes in the year. What? That's the dream. Will it happen? I don't know. Before I do this, I'll read some questions. Did I say hi, by the way, Kika? Hi. One thing I got to ask, since it was shown in, I think, episode 4 or 5, was the whole Ender Dragon thing. Does he actually have the Ender Dragon as a friend, or is it just a scare tactic? You will see the Ender Dragon in episode 2. That's all I'll say. The Ender Dragon is real. Friend or foe? I'm not going to say. But yes, he is at very least sent to battle the Ender Dragon by Gubba. I've said too much. How do you go backwards when you place something in Photoshop? You used to hit backspace and it used to... Whatever, it'll be fine. Just trying to see where... Saying. I don't know why these don't look like blocks. What? What's doing my head in? Should all just be straight lines, more or less. It's just like... Is he like that one little girl from Wreck-It Ralph? Yeah, a little bit. Glitch. Technically, but he wasn't made into a glitch. He was born like one. How a real hero is. Hopefully that would be fire. Exciting. It always hurts me to watch how long this animation process is. Imagine being the guy doing it. feel ya. I feel ya. I just realized how cool it would be to use the seed you use for Epic Mind Quest to play the actual play Minecraft with fans. If you play, yeah, well, I've got this. Well, the history of Herobrine is, or is it the legend? The Legend of Herobrine is actually its own seed. I wonder, I'm happy to share it, so you could probably find all the same locations. But it would be cool to have like a server. Just gonna go like this. All right, let's see how good AI is. That's not horrible. That's not bad. It's probably the best looking one. Give me a second. Doing some fancy footwork here. That's at 100%. That's no good. What if we go? Drop I make it. Yeah, so the traditional Epic Mind Quests, like the regular world, I don't think has a seed because I haven't. There's no outside world that I started using this technique with, but there is the Nether Castle, or what did I call it? Netherland, whatever. It has its own seed. But, of course, everything was handmade, but I could definitely share it so people could access it. That's cool. Gives it a little bit of a 3D, like a space, three-dimensional space. I like that. All right, what's the next shot? Fuck! I've got to put vines on there. Fuck, I forgot about the vines. How's he gonna climb down with the sword? Parallax, is that what it's called? You know more than me. I'm supposed to be ending my stream right about now. I've got to go to the gym. Let me just double check a couple of things. I might have to end it. Yeah, I definitely have to end it. Damn it. All right. Well, it's getting exciting, isn't it? Let me do you a solid. Let me export some scenes. You guys have been here for this time, so you can have like a little bit of a watch-a-rooney as a thanks. Have fun getting ripped. Next best would be to use something seed or whatever you use for season 2. Well, I mean, yeah. Technically, there was a scene for Epic Mind Quest 1 because I traced the backgrounds in that episode. But, like, it's not really much to look at. It's just something that's near the ocean. And it'd be old as fuck. I wouldn't have access to it. Oh, it's an L-O-H. Like, I can show you. Oops. I always open up the wrong thing. This might be the wrong launcher as well. I've got like 3 different Minecrafts. That's the wrong one too. I'll show you around the Legend of Herobrine seed. If it wants to open. This is also the scene I'm working on. So he sort of pops out of the portal. That's interesting how it bobbles. I don't hate it, but I didn't animate that. Maybe it's an optical illusion. I'll watch it on this. Could be me just tripping. Spoilers. I opened up the wrong fucking Minecraft again. Yeah, it's this one. Better work. So you got the gas castle, and then you got the history of Herobrine. Is there a way to, I don't know, get the seed for it? I did build the cave myself, pretty much, though. Well, here we are. Does that shot look familiar? Oh, there was a portal up here. Not anymore. And this must take me to the second portal that I needed. Why is that blocked off? Do I have to... I'm gonna get lost. Don't get lost. I have a real fear of getting lost. Why did I lead there? I don't know. Anyway. What happened to my platform? There it is. So yeah, he climbs down the vines, and then he falls, and that's all I'll say. I gotta go, because I also gotta go to the toilet as well. Anyway. Thanks for watching. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for Epic Mind Quest. More work on Epic Mind Quest. Where's my mouse? I'll catch you later before I shit myself. Okay. Bye.